This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Fans of T10 cricket and friends of European Cricket Network. This is Phil Gowers here in Miranda de Covo, halfway between Porto and Lisbon, just inland for the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. This is night 16, kicking off in a few minutes with matches 31 and 32 later on today. It's the doubleheader of the Rangers Cricket Club versus the Fighters Cricket Club. And this is going to be a really well-contested couple of games here today. I can feel it. I know it. And why don't we get over and check out the all-important coin toss.
Your ball. Tail is a call. And tail it is. Tail and ball first. White is you go on the toes and the ball first.
Thanks very much, fellas. So, you saw it. The Fighters won the toss. They can have a bowl first. Obviously feel there's a bit to do here to get the Rangers in and get them out quickly, and get them out for a low score. Can keep a nice easy target for them to chase later on this afternoon. Warmish conditions here, about 24 degrees. Let's have a look at the lineups. A few outs today in the Rangers team. I can see that their opener Tahir Ahmed is not in the side. Shadad Hossain is also not in the side. Both being rested, both have other things on, unable to get out of work. I think just other commitments. So there's going to be a little bit missing there from the Rangers side. On the Fighters side, Pawinder Singh is back. However, Rahul is out and Gursawak Singh is also out. So a few changes, a few new faces as well. I think this is going to be a hotly contested couple of games here today here in Miranda de Covo. Supercomputer says the Fighters have got the edge over the Rangers by quite a margin. We'll see about that. My feeling, my little tingle in my tummy says it's going to be closer, but I've been proven wrong. Yes, the Netherlands women and the Italian women, the HCL Tech T20I for women in Netherlands going on. Don't forget, tomorrow it's day 3 of 3. Last day tomorrow. It starts early. Check your local guides and times for when that kicks off. Up and coming in Europe for cricket, T10 and T20I and ECS and T20I women. A lot of action going on currently here, Portugal and England at the moment, and Netherlands. On the weekend, we kick off Cyprus, ECS, ECI, and for the women, and T20I for the women. Then we go to Czechia, my hometown of Prague. Looking forward to that. We start on the 14th of June with the Women's CE Cup, the Central Europe Cup, and then the ECS kicks off the following Monday. ECI Women and ECI on the last weekend of June. And July, it's all about Romania and Hungary. Fantastic summer of cricket coming your way, and plenty more after that as well. And day 4 of 5 tomorrow. In the England ECS, you're going to see most of the teams in action there. Tunbridge Wells versus Spencer to kick things off. Hornchurch against Spencer. Tunbridge Wells versus Wimbledon. Wimbledon again against Hornchurch. Then Hornchurch make a final appearance against Tunbridge Wells. 5 big games coming your way. Looks like the weather's getting better, and they're enjoying up there. Good work by Charlie, Vinny, and Rico, who's got a day off today. So, looks like the players and the umpires are slowly making their way out to the centre for this first game, this match 31. It's warm again today, quite warm. Temperature hasn't hit the 30s like we thought it would. It's currently hovering around 24, 25 degrees. There's a breeze, but it's not a cool breeze. It's just it's not quite someone with a hairdryer in your face either kind of breeze. It's sort of between those two elements, if I can describe it properly. Not sure if I can. But conditions are still pretty good. It's not as hot as I said, so that's good. The forecast was originally for 32 today. It's definitely not got to 32. Next few days will be warm as well. No chance of any precipitation whatsoever, apart from the sweat flying from the brows of these guys as they battle it out in this match 31. Looking forward to this one. Hello to everyone in the chat. Oh, Sohag, good to see you've joined us, Sohag. Good to see you there. And a few others joining as well. Slowly coming in. Stuart Williams popped in as well. Good to see you too. I know you've been keeping a close eye on the England ECS, and I'm sure we'll get more coming over. There's a bit of an overlap between England ECS and the Portugal European Cricket Series at night. That's okay. It's like with the dessert to the main course, which is fine. Phil G here running solo, and that's what my wife calls me a good dessert, so there you go. All right, we are moments away from kicking stuff off. We've looks like is it Parminder Singh, or is he just he's just warming up with his skipper Mandeep Singh, who looks like he's going to open up the attack from the northern end at this lovely stadium. Light towers will come on later on today and illuminate the ground beautifully, as it does every night. Wonderful place here. Really love Miranda de Covo. Love the ground. The pitch, Well, you'll see the pitch. If you haven't seen how the bouncer goes on the pitch, you'll see soon. It's a good pitch, don't get me wrong. It's just the word unpredictable is used very often. And here we go. Just straying on leg. Almost would have gone down leg side, mate, for a wide. Just bunted in front of the batsman there. And dot ball starts them off. Like I see, there's at the Rangers for their batting lineup. It looks to me like we've got Al Mahmood at the non-strikers end, and of course, as usual, Mohamed Asaduzzaman. He's going to face first ball, which he's just done. He always likes to open and to face first. He faces the second one now. Oh, he skied that in the air, going for the hook shot. It's a rush of blood, but it falls safe just halfway towards backward square leg, and he's off the mark with 1 run, but a streaky shot, caught the edge. And Mandeep Singh already finding an edge. He'll be happy about that. That's an encouraging sign. Centre View saying, looking forward to boom in first over. Well, you never know. You never know. Mandeep Singh coming in. Third ball the over. Oh, slight little dance down and goes for the hoik. Mahdi Al Mahmood. It's the first time we've seen him in this tournament. So he's trying to get down the pitch to Mandeep Singh, who's played, I think, pretty much all the games so far. And he's made a really good account of himself with bat and ball. Got to say that. And he's a nice fella too. He's going to come in for his fourth now. Gets a dot ball past the slashing blade there. Stuart Williams in the chat. How often do they cut the grass in the old football pitch, please? I'm aware that it was cut, when was it? Start of the week or Sunday. I can't remember if it was Sunday or Monday now. But I got here to the ground early and they were definitely cutting the grass. It's looking less green than it was when we got here 2 weeks ago. That's because of the dry conditions we've had recently. And that's skied up in the air. There's a chance here. Fielder's under it. He shields himself from the sun and takes a lovely well-judged catch. Sabir Ahmed, gets under it. Sorry, that was Pawinder Singh. Reading the wrong column again. Pawinder Singh, who's back in the side, Pawinder Singh, which I'm glad to say. Viewers from a couple of nights ago remember he was felled while he was batting. Got a rather nasty ball coming up off an edge in the pitch, and it felled him. Put a little dent in the grill as well. I saw the grill afterwards. Umpire showed it to me, and it had a proper welt in the side of where the ball had hit. And he had to sit out just a couple of games, but he's back now and he's happy. He's looking good. Looking fit, and he's taken a good catch. So, the Fighters pick up the first in the first, and it's 1 for 1, and we've got 1 ball to go in the first over. Seems to be all ones. So, Stuart, just to finish that conversation, I believe they cut it around every 2 weeks, although when I spoke to the curator here, he also gave me a bit of a glib answer, which was, not glib answer, that's probably a bit harsh. He was also saying that when it needs it, it gets a cut, although they're having a few troubles with their mower at the moment. But I think it looks fine. From this level I'm at, I think it looks pretty good. A few chants around, a few cheers around the field there. Rahman is the new batsman, strides to the striker's end. I Like Naps joins the chat. Hello there, I Like Naps. Great to have you with us again. Enjoying your support. Mandeep Singh in. Just pushed away cautiously towards point, no run. And that will finish the first over. Fighters, 1 for 1 after 1. Mohamed Asaduzzaman, he's on 1. Rahman hasn't got off the mark, just faced that 1 delivery. It seems to be all the ones on the board at the moment. And that is the first over. So, big game here, this one. Big game. We'll get around to look at the standings a bit later on, but it's a big game for the Fighters. They need to pull out a couple of wins here, and at least one of those I think needs to be a big win for them to stay in contention for a top 2 finish in this Group B. Group A finished last Thursday. We know that the Punjab CC Amadora team and the Lisbon Supergiants are assured of a Super 5 berth. They finished first and second in the Group A tables. Here in Group B, well, we're only halfway through. Every team's played 4 matches, so we are exactly halfway through this Group B. 2 matches today, obviously. Then 2 tomorrow, 2 on Friday, and then we've got 4 games on Saturday. So just remember that 4 days a big one. I know the Cyprus ECS starts on Saturday as well, so we've got a bit more of an overlap happening, a couple of series going on, which we're not afraid of. We want you to get a whole lot of cricket here on ECN, and that's what we're giving to you. So, new bowler coming in. This will be Jatinder Singh. It's a bit short. It's clipped uppishly. It's fielder at third man, gets around, makes good distance to get around, good quick speed to get around, gets a generous round of applause as well. And Mohammed Azaduzman, he moves to 2. He's just got a couple of singles to his name. We all know he's a big hitter. A few people in the chat saying it as well. But he hasn't managed to get going just yet. Can expect a lot from him in the Rangers. Rangers, unfortunately for them, let's talk about them for just a moment. I've just given you the rundown of why the Fighters need to win today. Well, the Rangers need to win today because they haven't got a win yet in this tournament. Whoa, that really climbed. That is part of the unpredictable bounce that we're talking about, and we've seen it all week. And that is, they run through for a bye. You see how that reared up. Wow. So yeah, the Rangers, look, they're a lovely bunch of guys. They just haven't had a win. They've struggled against the opposition, and if they're going to get a win, it's going to be right now against this team, the Fighters. They really need to do something here just to feel good about themselves as well as a unit. That's gone up and over the covers. That's going to land well beyond the boundary for a big 6. Lovely shot. Goes inside out, does Azaduzman. So there you go. He is now on the board with a big 6. That's his first. He gets going. Yeah, you never know. You never know. So that's why I think the Rangers need to get a win here as well. So I'm obviously not supporting either team. I'm just hoping these guys have a good contest, and I think both will really enjoy that. And that ball is coming down here, and it just misses the commentary position. Just misses. Just goes to my left. Otherwise, I would have ripped the headphones off and fielded that. You would have been silent for a few seconds, apart from the clatter of headphones to the floor, and a lovely shot down the ground. That's a Duzman. So freeing the shoulders and going down the ground here, and suddenly Jatinder Singh is getting a little expensive in this over. It's up to 11. 2 balls to come. Wow, it's a lovely shot. Goes flat, high. The fielder at point turns around and just puts his hands in the air like, I didn't know that was coming to me. Maybe you didn't see it. There's no low sun here at the moment. It's still very high in the sky. It will be low later in the next match, and that could be your excuse then, but that just went like a bullet, and he had no chance. Great shot. The bowling, though, is putting it right in the slot. Jatinder Singh needs to try something different here. As it does, it looks like he's already fired up the old motorbike. Yep, he gives a little charge, but this time it goes directly to Parminder Singh, who's fielding in the mid-on area. No run. That's the end of the over. That is 15 from the over. Rangers 17 for 1. Sorry, it's 15 off Jatinder Singh's over, 16 off the over overall. And there's the Group B. This is what I'm talking about. So 4th and 5th, Fighters and Rangers respectively. Fighters with 7 points and a negative run rate, and Rangers languishing on the bottom there with only 1 point and a really bad run rate. Consider them out of the top 5 contention, sorry, the Super 5 contention. So Fighters need big points to push themselves up to try to be in contention for finishing maybe second. First could be tough. Oh, Irish are looking like the business in this tournament, I have to tell you. But hey, anything can happen. Oh, and there's an example of anything can happen. Mandeep Singh gets a ball that moves away, and he has Rahman, who's still on a duck, on a derrick, just fishing outside the off. Probably a good sort of 2.5, 3 stumps wide of the off stump. And a deep slip has been brought into position here as well. Well, this time he backs away and goes for a swipe. And I reckon Azaduzman has to have a word here and just say, mate, dot balls at this time during the power play, it's not what we talked about. And I reckon it is exactly the truth too. They would have said dot balls during power play. No. Let's make sure we get bat on ball. Well, he gets even closer to an edge there. He'll get an edge eventually. That's 3 dot balls in a row. This is great bowling from Mandeep Singh. Have a look at this. Watch the movement. Wow, it's a cracking delivery though. You got to admit, it's angled in, and it just it straightens with the natural swing and just goes away. Batsman just left there wondering. Well, he finally gets an edge, and it goes straight to the man at third man. So he's off the mark, and he gets a single in this over, this third over. That's just very good bowling from Skipper. Mandeep Singh, very good bowling indeed. Bowler in again. Oh, shouts of ooh, ooh. So this time it's Asa Dusman who's guilty of letting a dot ball go through and being deceived by the outswing. Yeah, just too good. Mandeep Singh is bowling in this tournament has gotten better and better. He started on, I think it was Friday night, and it wasn't too flash. Coimbra Knights got after him. And that's straight to the fielder at point. Hesitates, and there's a throw at the bowler's end. Surely he's run out. And he is indeed run out. Oh dear, Rahman, where were you going? Asa Dusman at the striker's end, just hand on his helmet, looking down, probably asking the same question. Where were you going? He even had his back to Rahman. I reckon that will be the conversation. Yep, where were you going? I don't remember calling for that. Well, that is a bad run out for the Rangers. That's just a bit of confusion between the batsmen there. But for the fighters, well, step up. And well done to the fighters. 18 for 2. That's the power play done and dusted. And that run rate languishing on 6. And they need a partnership here. They really need to bring something together. Stuart, I'll try and find out about the Rangers. It's I don't have that in my notes in front of me, but fear not. That's something I'm sure I can get. I'm sure I can get that. Unless someone in the chat can help Stuart out just with a bit of history about the Rangers Cricket Club. Anyway, let's get back to the action. It's power play's done. Fourth over's going to start. It looks like it's Parminder Singh to come in with his gentle spin. He's keen. Umpire still explaining a few things, just checking things out, making sure we're all good. Having a look at the field as well. Got a long off and a long on. Looks like regulation midwicket inside the circle. Deep square leg is dropping back even further now. And he starts with a dart. Oh, good ball. Good ball. Anwar Jahid is the new batsman after the run out. Just in the last ball of that over. And he starts almost with a caught behind there. Almost. Perilously close. Okay, Parminder Singh bowling again. Bit shorter. Seen by the batsman, and it's just hit down to the ground towards point. He fumbles it, and that single is pretty safe to take in the end. Very slow going here from the Rangers. They're being very cautious. Mohammad Azaduzman, he's got more than a dozen, man. He's got 16 out of 19 scored. So he's really the linchpin here. So the Rangers heavily relying on Azaduzman to get him up to a decent score. If he goes big, he can get a good score on the board. They'll have something to bowl at. If he gets removed sometime in the next few overs, it could be curtains. So wide delivery. Just try to tempt him outside the line, outside the tram lines actually. So yeah, the deep fielders I was talking about before, long on, long off. Then you got two square leg and a point boundary rider. Oh, there you go. This is part of that this very, very unpredictable bounce, and poor old Azaduzman has been felled. I think we need to get someone out there and just check on him. Yeah, umpires are signalling to the dugout. Yeah, let's hope he's okay. I mean, thank goodness Parminder Singh he's not express bowler. They're just checking him out, making sure what's happened there. These helmets. I tell you what, the helmets have had a lot of work to do in this tournament. A real lot of work to do. So the score is 20 for 2 with 3.3 overs in, halfway through the fourth. Umpire very correctly getting people away. There's no need for everyone to crowd the batsman, and everyone wants to have a look. I think it's important to keep people away and let's just work this out, check him out, have a conversation, and make sure he's right. And if he needs to go off, then he will go off and have a spell. But yeah, that was quite a lifter from Parminder Singh. As soon as it hit him, though, I mean, all credit to Parminder Singh, he put his hand up and he went straight over to the batsman to see if he was okay. Nothing else mattered, and that was good sportsmanship shown by the fighters there to get around the batsman, make sure he's all good, and then the umpires doing their job and saying, all right, guys, let's make sure he's okay, but we can handle that. So he's up, helmet's going back on, and if the umpires say it's good, it's good. So another shout out to the chat. Welcome, wherever you're watching in the world. Lovely to have you here. This is Phil G. The Phil G who sometimes is wearing the blue spanner inside the chat. Been around the ECN chat for quite a while now, like probably most of you as well. And I hope you're having a wonderful day wherever you are in the world. In fact, drop me a message in the chat. Let me know where you're watching from. Let me try and give you a bit of a shout out as well. Always good to know where the ECN fans are watching from. Always good. So it looks like we're almost right here. I think as a Dusman's just collecting himself. He's had a drink of water. He's had a bit of a chat with the 12th man who's come out just to make sure he's okay. Umpires have been all over this, been very cautious with the players' health, and that's what it's all about. And we continue. Parminder Singh to continue. And inside out, bang. Massive shot for 6 over the covers. So either the red mist has descended or he's he's perfectly fine as he was. Yeah, bang, what a shot. Have a look at this one again. Dances down, goes inside out. Parminder, I think, maybe in lieu of the delivery earlier, maybe he just gave him a half volley just to make sure they're all friends. That's pretty wide, but it doesn't cross the tram line. That's allowed through. This should be the last ball of the over. Gets the charge, hits it down the ground, bit of a miss hit. Mid-wicket and deep mid-wicket combine. And there's just a single there, and he'll retain the strike. As does Dusman as we go into the 5th. That's 4 overs gone, 27 for 2 on the board. Parminder Singh goes for 9 in that over, including a nasty lifter to Asad Dusman, who then responded with a lovely, lovely cover drive, lofted cover drive for 6. Yep, all good. Yeah, Stuart Williams, I see you in the chat there. Yeah, it did. I mean, it sounded nasty, and it looked nasty. He went down straight away. But he's up, and he's looking okay now. We'll see how that goes. Keep an eye on him, though. Always got to keep an eye on people get hit in the head. There could be like a delayed situation. I've been hit in the face by a cricket ball during play, and it's not pleasant. It's of course it's not pleasant. And also, I wasn't wearing a helmet, so who's the idiot? Me. As a Dusman, 23 not out, doing very well, anchoring this innings, doing a great job. Have a look at the run rate there. Sort of got up a little bit in that second over. Well, that ball really didn't get up too much at all, did it? Not much at all. This is Verinder Verk. He's going to roll the arm over. Try and push through a few overs now for the fighters. Maybe I'm trying to catch the Rangers on the hop early by bringing on the part-time bowler. Hope he doesn't mind me calling him that. He's a good character, Verinder Verk too, by the way. That's been lofted. That's going to go wide. It's going to go backward, deep backward square leg. It's going to beat the fielder who's at regulation square leg. It went lofted. It went fairly quickish, and that's 4 runs. So Asad Dusman races to 27. Scores on 31 for 2 in the 5th. And Rangers, well, expected score says 77. I'd like to think they can do better than that, though. I'd like to think they can do a lot better than that. No, I just helped on its way, but it goes directly to the fielder who's there at third man. Maybe he's there for exactly that kind of shot. Gets the ball in very quick, very sharpish. And Anwar Jahid needs to get on his bike, and he does. So, Anwar Jahid, he's only faced 2 deliveries. He's been pretty keen to give the strike back to Asad Dusman whenever he can. Ooh, nice delivery. Gets in a dot there. So Verinder Verk, he's getting through this over pretty quick. And there's a dot ball for his trouble. 32 for 2. It's 4 gone in the 4th. 2 more to come. And the shot is checked and adjusted, but it isn't lofted enough. And Anwar Jahid doesn't bother the scorers any further with the single he got to get off the mark, and he's popped that up straight to the man at point. Barely had to move. Looking into the sun slightly, but I think he would have seen that clear as day. It didn't go express. It just popped up. And that is good work from the fighters to get another wicket. And they're starting to get through this Rangers batting lineup now. 32 for 3. One more ball to come in the 5th. Good comment there again by Stuart. In my day, didn't have helmets in the 60s. Yeah, we took a while. When I was playing, it took a while for us to get helmets as well. I was there right at the very start of helmets coming in the early 80s. And they were awful. Had a Perspex grill that was moulded. It wasn't the rounded one that sometimes you see in the sort of mid-80s grills. The first one I had, it had a moulded grill that went to like a mouthpiece that you could breathe out of, so you wouldn't fog up the plastic, and it distorted the view of the pitch. It was terrible. Dot ball. So Verinder Verks having a really good over here, and he's gone for 5. He's picked up 1. He's done the job, absolutely. 32 for 3. Rangers in a lot of trouble right now, and that expected score of 70 is pretty much apt, I'd say, unless Mohamed Asaduzzaman can pull something out of the old out of the fire here and really get things cranking. So the new batsman who's come to the crease, by the way, is Masalin Habibul. And he's currently non-strikers in. And Parminder Singh is going to bowl his 2nd over. And he comes in. That's lofted down the ground. That's going to clear the boundary line by a good 10 metres. That's a big hit. Just for a second, Parminder Singh fielding just off to my left, just in front of the commentary position. He looked up in the air as though he had a shot at that, and then you could see the shoulders slumped as he realised that was going to go a long way over. Big 6. Big 6. Asaduzzaman races to 34. 38 for 3, the score. Asaduzzaman's score is 34. Yeah, well, gets a bit quick on him. And all he can do is pull it to mid-wicket for a single. No, they didn't take the single. Sorry, I thought they crossed. I saw them set off, and I was busy watching the player run in. So Parminder Singh's going to change the angle here. He's going to come right arm round the wicket. Oh, good effort from the keeper to jump up and grab that one. Absolutely brilliant effort. Got proper airborne there. Was unable to bring it down, and it goes through for Minimo basically. Wow, look at this. Oh, we just missed the takeoff. The takeoff was superb. The landing was not so good. I hope he's all right because he landed it with a puff of dust up there. It's pretty dry up there on the ground. We haven't had any rain here for probably about, maybe a week, I think. We had a bit last week, but there's no rain coming at the moment. That's a big swing. That's it does mean going for the cow corner. Looking to put Parminder Singh over the fence. Misses. .42 for 3. We're in the 6th. We're getting deep in the 6th now. I think that might have just come off the pad. They're happy to take that leg by. Just squirts off on the leg side. No, it was hit into the pad. Umpire satisfied that got an edge into the pad. My bad. So now Habibul is going to have his face his 2nd delivery. He's currently on naught. He's only faced 1. What can he do? He's all the way along the ground. It goes to a deepish mid-wicket, maybe 2/3 of the way to the boundary. And they get through for a single. So he's off the mark, so that'll make him happy. He does get to face the next over as well. So let's see what we can do there. 44 for 3, 6 gone. Expected score is 76, and the Rangers just having trouble getting momentum here. Apart from Asaduzzaman, who's on 35 and 21, leading from the front, but not really getting the support he needs. That pretty much emphasises exactly that last sentence I said. just not getting support, unfortunately. Extras in there who are currently doing well on 6, and Mohamed Asad doing exceptionally well. 35 from 21. But 4 overs to really make an impact here, these two batsmen, and you really need something here for the Rangers to really force this into a contest. Otherwise, the fighters might come out and clear these runs up in a few overs. Starts with wide. Verinder Verk's back on. He starts us with a wide. Try that again. So he's gone up and under, and that's going to be... Oh, well, interesting execution of a catch there by the fielder coming in off the point boundary. It's bounced over him and gone over him for a boundary of 4. Good shot from... look at this. He pretty much went to the ground and turned his back to the ball before the ball had actually bounced. And unfortunately, he doesn't get the catch. He doesn't stop the 4, and that gets through. Maybe he probably had the sun in his eye there, to be fair. Well, there's a bit of that's a bit of a bounce there, that uneven bounce. Verinder Verk stops him in his tracks and has a look around and says, "Are you kidding me?" Let's have a look at this again. Yeah, that really took off, didn't it? I think that's a fair call from the umpires. Absolutely. The 50 was up, by the way, previously with that 4. 50 for 3. Dances down the pitch and misses that to mid-wicket. They're going to scamper through for a single in the end pretty comfortably. So Asad gets to face now. Habibul has had his fun, and he turns the strike over and says, "Over to you, boss. What can you do?" Well, you can do that just over the fingertips of the fielder there at that mid-wicket position, who's had a bit of work the last few overs. And that's a good shot for 4. Didn't try to belt the cover off it, just picked it up nice and quick on the toes and lofted over that infield. Good shot. 55 for 3 now. Asad 39. Verinder Verk, he's got 1 for 16. He's still got 3 balls left in this over. And, well, if the Rangers are going to start anything now, they're going to have to start it right now. That's going to be a catch for a catch. No, it's not. The call was a catch for a round, but unfortunately the fieldsman was too wide. He was more of a deep mid-wicket than a long on. If a long on was there, he would have absolutely swallowed it. That's a good shot for 6. That's a Dusman. Suddenly he's on 45. You blink and you miss it. He's raced there after being felled when he was in his low 20s. And he seems to be fine. He's moving all right. He swivels and punches that out straight to the fielder at deep mid-wicket on the boundary, who fires in a return. It's spilled by the bowler. They're going to... Oh, no, trouble. A lot of trouble there. I think he might be gone. They went for the extra single. It was never on. Verinder Verk, he quickly ran after it. He's out of shot, but he turned after he spilled it. And I think Mohamed Asad, he's in the air. I think he's in the air as the stumps are broken in that one. What do you think? Have a look at that one again. Stop, start. He turns when he notices that Verk had gone all the way to collect it in the covers, and he hasn't landed. He's gone. He is gone. That is such a shame to lose your wicket like that, because he has batted so well. And I think he may have landed a bit awkwardly too on the pitch. Hopefully he's all right. Maybe he's just winded himself. Because that dive he took, he landed full on, chest first. I think it's just knocked the wind out of him. And that is the end of an exceptionally good innings from Mohamed Asad. But that's going to put the Rangers in all sorts of trouble when they see that man depart, because he's played a lone hand here. And I hope he's okay. He's been felled by a short ball that got up really high on him. And now he's been run out, but that dive that he did at the end there to try to get across the line really took something out of him. I hope he's all right. He's going to go over, and he's being helped off now. Actually, the 12th man's come out just to take some of his gear from him and help him off. I hope he's all right. So it's 2 to go. Verinder Verk, he's still got 2 more balls to go in this over. It's 61 on the board. I think we're just waiting to tick that over. It'll be 61 for 3. it stays short. No, I think it's 61 for 4 now. I think the score just needs to catch up. Sorry, 62 for 4. There we go. Thank you. I thought there were 3 down already, and the score's caught up with, so we're all good now. And that is a very close dot ball to finish with. And that's the end of the over, and that's how the over will sit. Looks like it's Fazal Rabi is the new batsman out there, and there's a lot on the shoulders of these batsmen. They're going to have to do a lot of work now. Not sure how they're going to do it. Mursalin Habibul, he's been out there for only 5 deliveries for his 6. 3 overs to come, 62 on the board, 4 wickets down. Going to need something here, aren't they? Going to really need something here. These two are going to have to work hard. So we're into the middle order. Not sure what's left in the tank with the Rangers now that Azaduzzaman's gone. 62 on the board. He got the expected score up into the 80s. Credit where it's due. So this is Rabi's first delivery. And he just bunts it down. Takes off for a quick single. He hesitated for a split second, but his batting partner said, no, come on. And he responded. You're going to need a lot of that. You're going to definitely need a lot of that. If you can't hit 4s and 6s, you've got to be hitting 1s and 2s. That scoreboard can't just sit there and do nothing. Basic rule of this sort of short game of cricket. Sahota has got the ball. Well, he'll have the ball in a second. He just bowled it. I don't think we've seen Sahota bowl, actually, because he's usually he's opening or first drop batsman for the fighters. So this will be interesting to see how he goes. Yeah, Christo Ward called that out, that run out. Good call, Chris. Agreed. Shot. Bang. Over mid-wicket. That's a big hit. Umpire gives us the news that is a big 6. Score goes to 69 for 4. Well, Habibul is probably going to be the man to really take over from Azaduzzaman. Now he's been watching him play and knows that there's only a few deliveries left. We need to crack on. We need to get this score up. We need something defendable. And if we don't, it's going to be all sorts of trouble. And it could be an early tee, which nobody wants. No one wants an early tee. I don't. I'm sure you don't either. I'm talking about the chat there. Goes again, picks him up and dispatches him into the car park. Ball boy runs out to the car park. Barely even hesitated, just put the head down and started running to the car park. So, 2 in a row, back to back. And suddenly there's a bit of pressure on Harjot Sahota. Bit of pressure here. Just trying to locate skipper Mandeep Singh. He's probably a little bit frowny right now, wondering what's going on. That ball has taken a while to come back. That has gone a proper long way. And they're going to toss him the reserve ball, which has also been used. Here comes steaming in. 2 balls left in the over. And he puts it wide of the off stump, and the umpire says that's too wide. Score now is motoring along now. It's now 76 for 4. Apologies, 76 for 4. 2 more to come in this, the 8th. And all pressure on the bowler to get this right. That's an edge, streaky. It's gone quick. Third man gets around, plucks it out of the air with his left hand, fires in a return with his right hand, and that's just a single. Probably not a bad result, actually, because that's going to get Rabi to face just 1 delivery, the last ball, the over, and then... excuse me, didn't hit the mute button quick enough. There's a few flies getting around here, and hopefully they're not getting inside. And that's gone up, and it might be caught. It's a bit of backpedaling. Oh, a bit of fancy footwork on the boundary line, and maybe a little bit for the cameras as well. But either way you look at it, that is a good catch. Pedal back. Got the ball. Oh, well, anyway, you saw it live. The momentum took him all the way to the boundary line, and then he did the 1-step, 2-step along the boundary line, and he managed to stay in, and he's caught the ball. And so that is the end of Fazal Rabi. He doesn't bother us too much with scoring, but that's a very good catch. I'd like to see that again if we can. That could make one of the plays of the week, that one. That was a nice little, 1-step, 2-step, 1-step, 2-step. And anyway, good catch. So 8 overs gone, 77 for 5 are the Rangers. So they've managed to push up to 77. There's 2 overs to go. It's still all about what Habibul can do, and he's been joined now Right, that's Sabir Ahmed. So it's on these two now to really try that. It's Verinder Verk. I told you Verinder Verk was a character. He really is a proper character, that man. He's one of the nice guys too. Always cheery, always with a thumbs up and a wave hello. And he's taken a great catch. I advise you to go back and watch that one again. It was pretty fun. That's been pretty fun too. That's been slashed outside off, and that's gone over the stand. Well over the stand. So, I wasn't wrong, was I? Habibul. Mercelin Habibul, he's getting the motor running now for the Rangers. 83 now the score, 5 down. Middle order well and truly open and exposed. And Jatinder Singh comes back. He'd already gone for 15 in his first over. And he starts with a 6. Habibul, 25 from 10. He could play a blinder here and get the score into triple digits. That would be wonderful for the Rangers. Fighters will want to stop that. He moves around the crease a little bit. Not sure about that. And also, I'm not 100% sure he actually wanted the single as well. I think he wanted to stay there and keep going. But, well, Sabir Ahmed, I think he wanted to have a go. So maybe he could be a big hitter. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. 100's on, definitely. Rangers get to 100. They're going to think they've got a red hot chance here. Let's have a look. Jatinder Singh. Bit of pressure on him. He needs to get nice and tight here, bowling to the new batsman who hasn't faced the ball yet. It's full and it's swatted down the ground. Cover gets down and fields it. Just the one run. Well, he threw a lot behind it, but unfortunately for him, he couldn't get it lofted and he couldn't get it through the infield, and just the single. And that's a wide ball. So score jumps up just a little bit again, 86 for 5. There are 9 legal deliveries left in this innings. And I think, again, for the sake of the Rangers, I'd like to see him get to the ton. Let's see how they go. Gets a dance down the wicket. He's hit it up and under. Verinder's not going to get to that one, and that goes over the boundary line for 4 runs. I thought he was in play again, but then he turned and started running after it. He knew. But that went to exactly the same spot where Verinder Verk took a catch not too long ago. You can see who they're just running after it. So yeah, Jatinder Singh, he's gone for 13. Still 2 balls left in the over. Well, that's gone straight up in the air. Wicketkeeper is running back, and so was third man. It lands between them. I think there was a lot of distance between them, though. From here, it was hard to judge how far away it was. I think the replay might be better, but I think that was always going to land safe. It didn't really spend a lot of time airborne. That Grizzly wanted to come down to the ground. Didn't like it up there. 91 for 5. 1 more to come in this, the 9th. Bowler Jatinder Singh has gone for 29. So this is 14 off the over for him. And that is a wide ball. Look at this. Yeah, it just pushes it way too wide. Trying to keep it out of the reach of the batsman, Sabir Ahmed, who's at the striker's end. What can Sabir do? Well, he doesn't get a hold of that and just bobs up in the air to a vacant leg side infield area. It was very sort of wide, halfway between mid-wicket and square leg. And they run for a single. End of the 9th, 93 for 5. And that means that Habibul will get to face the start of the 10th. And if he has his way, he'll bring up the 100 for the team. And that will be a very good effort for the Rangers if they can get to that. I think the fighters will be trying to be absolutely sure they don't allow that to happen. I think it would be important for them to be able to stop that from happening for sure. Mandeep Singh at the top of the bowlers there. Wow, what can you say? Absolutely started in style with the bowling here. And the rest of the bowlers, well, they tried to support. Parminder Singh had a couple of good overs, but he went for a couple of big hits as well. But his economy overall was good. But Mandeep Singh, wow. You know, if you start your bowling like that, first over and third over of the game, and you only go for a handful of runs, you've done the job. Man Superior is coming on. I was wondering if he's going to get a bowl. I was thinking about that about the sort of 7th over. Let's see. And Superior comes in. He's going to start the 10th. That's been hit out to deep mid-wicket, but straight to the fieldsman. And Habibul's looking ruefully at the toe of his bat and wondering, why did I hit it on that part of the bat? If I'd hit it maybe in the middle a bit higher up, it could have gone a bit harder and a bit faster. Yeah, and Superior, I'm just watching his expression. He was looking a little bit out of sorts just then. And that is a full toss, rank full toss, and it gets pulled to long on when the batsman should have been probably thinking about maybe lofting through the point region. But never mind. We all like to go to Cow Corner, don't we? It's a popular place to hang out. We should make T-shirts. I hang out in Cow Corner. 95 for 5, 9.2 overs gone. Is the 100 on? Yeah, Matt Superior, he's in a bit of trouble here. He's in trouble. I saw that before. He was grimacing after the first ball. He just didn't look right, and I think there's something wrong with his shoulder. I'm not sure. The umpire's having a word. He's still got 3 deliveries to bowl. He doesn't want to... If he's got some injury there, which looks like he's definitely got something not right, he definitely does want to aggravate it with 3 more deliveries. Not sure how he's going to get through this over. 95 for 5. 100 still on for the Rangers. And that is a wide, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. Oh, yeah, look at the way he's holding that arm. That arm is not looking good at all. That's definitely a shoulder injury he's got there. Yeah, as he's walking back to the mark just in the bottom of the screen there, he's holding that shoulder. Not a wide given there. Habibul is stuck there on the crease. His big hitting has stopped. He probably should think about moving his feet to the pitch of the ball rather than staring at the umpire, or he's going to be there all day just staring and not hitting. And as a batsman, I think it's your job to get out there and hit. A bowler again. 2 to come in this innings. And that's just mishit, just bobbles on the leg side. And that means it's 1 delivery left. Well, they need a boundary to bring up the 100. I don't think they're going to get 3. You don't see many 3s in T10. Well, if someone's going to hit the boundary, it's going to be Habibul, that's for sure. Let's see what happens here. So, bowler in a bit of discomfort. 100 beckoning. And the fighters desperate for a dot ball. Rangers happy to get a 4 here. And it's gone over the boundary line. 6. That brings up the ton for the team. Rangers get to 100. That'll make them feel good. And that's the end of their innings. They finish at 103 for 5 after 10. Man Superior, he's going to need a little bit of treatment. He's looking in all sorts of trouble. And, well, Habibul has really done well there. He's come out. He's fired up with a 38. Very handy, very supportive. Can't say much about the rest of the batsmen from the Rangers, who basically fell away to the wayside. They fell over like 10 pins at one point. It was just down, 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 gone, gone, gone. It was a little bit of a worry. And at one point, I think the score was threatening sort of high 60s, 70s. So, I mean, you look at that. The batsmen 2, 3, and 4, 0, 1, 1. Fazal Rabi there in the middle just for 1 as well. The highlights, of course, were As It Does Man again, 46 from 24, and then that support there from Merslin Habibul, 38 from 15. That could be a match-winning support effort there from that batsman. Keep an eye on him. 12 extras, 103 is not a bad score to have. 103 for 5. It throws down the gauntlet at least to the fighters. It gives them something to work for, and it gives the Rangers something to bowl to as well. The bowling figures there, well, I mean, apart from Mandeep Singh at the very top there, and I guess you could say Parminder Singh with his economy, not all the bowlers got taken after. Obviously, Jatinder Singh, they went after him, and, Sahota, they went after him as well, did the Rangers batsmen. But the rest of them bowled not too bad. It's around about average for the bowlers on here in the region of sort of between 9 and 11 runs. That's sort of typical for the scores that we're seeing here at Miranda de Kovo. So 103 for 5 is where we're looking at there. It took a while for them to get there, that's for sure. But that big hitting at the end from Habibul got them there. So that's pretty good. That's not bad. And I think people in the Chatter Pro saying the same, that Rangers, you did well to get there. I agree. I think they've done very well to get there. This could be a really good finish. Could be a photo finish. You never know. There's a bit of work there to be done. I think the fighters' batsmen are going to have to be pretty careful here. Not going to take that too relaxed. And the Rangers bowlers are going to have to be also really, really on song here. I mean, they're going to have to really bowl their proverbials off to make sure they can defend that total. So that's going to be very interesting to see how we go there. So, hope you're all doing well wherever you're watching from. Thank you for joining us for that first innings in this match. This match 21 in the European Cricket Series at night in Portugal. We're going to head off for a quick break soon. We're going to get the mid-match summary, I hope. There we go. So there's the mid-match summary. Azaduzman 46 and Habibul 38 not out. Very good effort from those two. Pretty much carried the whole team on their back through that innings. And a couple of, wickets to Mandeep Singh. Terrific bowling from him at the top. Overs 1 and 3, 1 for 2. I mean, you can't ask a much better return, really. That was exceptional bowling. Verinder Virk came in. He got a bit of stick in the second over. Bowled a great first over. I think got 1 for 5 in the first over. And then the second over went for 18 when the batsman Habibul went after him. And same to Sahota as well. Just the 1 over. And the batsmen were liking his bowling too. His gentle medium pace. So it sets it up here nicely. Fighters will need 104 runs in their allotted 10 overs. Rangers will be looking to defend that fiercely. I don't know, it could go either way, and that's the thing we love about T10 cricket as well. It really can go either way. So, be back here in about 8 minutes' time, and watch how much the pendulum swings as the run chase is on, and we will see what happens there. This is match 31 at the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. I'm Phil G, and I've enjoyed your company here, and I hope you have enjoyed mine as well. And more importantly, I hope to see you back here for the run chase. We'll be back in about 8 minutes. And we'll see you then here on the European Cricket Network. Don't go too far, but make sure you're back in time. Cheerio.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
Welcome back, everybody, to the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in central Portugal, nestled nice and almost evenly between Porto and Lisbon. This is Phil G here, coming to you for the run chase, and a run chase that could end in a golden ball, because it's been 21 matches. There it is, 21 matches since the golden ball, and there's everything to play for here. You never know. You never know, it could be a golden ball. And just a reminder that Group B action continues tomorrow night when the Coimbra Knights take on Oarish in a big Group B action there. Currently, those two teams are sitting first and second on the table. So there's a bit to play for there between those two. Could be some exciting stuff. That's Thursday night cricket here on the European Cricket Network at this European Cricket Series at Night Portugal edition. As you see, that the shadows are starting to get longer now. You just saw before the one of the light stands. The shadow is starting to cast over now. It's getting on towards, almost headed towards the middle of the ground. It's around about, it's about mid-on, mid-off area. The shadows are definitely getting longer, and they're going to get longer, and we're going to have the lights on here for the second match here tonight. Match 31 poised very nicely. 103 for 5 was the Rangers' final score in their innings. So the score for the Fighters now, they did 104 off their 10 overs. It seems like it might be an easy one to do, but you know what? This is T10, and these Rangers, they've got something to play for here. The Fighters, look, if they can get a big win here, and I mean a big win, like as in get the bonus point as well, so they'd have to chase this down in 7 overs. They get that, and then suddenly they go from being 7 points and 4th place on the table standings, which we'll have a look at later. They'll be banged straight up to equal second on 11th. On 11 points, which would be very, very big for them. And then they play another match later tonight against the Rangers again, and who knows what can happen there. So there's a bit going on. Just keep that in mind. There's a bit to play for here. And the Rangers, of course, they're just going to want to win. They haven't had a win yet in this tournament, and they're desperate to get a win. For sure, they're going to want something here. They want to be able to go home with something. They've still got 2 matches after this as well. And we start the run chase right now. And we start with a lofted shot. I thought for a minute there the fielder was going to just pluck that out of the air just to say, hey, this is a good start, isn't it? It doesn't. It goes for 4 runs. Parminder Singh, who is facing the music, puts that with consummate ease over the infield. And there is, obviously you saw the fielder there rush around from a deep point position, patrolling the offside boundary. Couldn't get to that one. Oh, but look at that one. Well, there we go. That is the uneven bounce at work right there. You saw it in the last innings where Mohammad Azaduzzaman got felled with an uneven bounce. Well, Parminder Singh has been undone with also uneven bounce, but this time went the other way. Couldn't believe your luck. Have a look at this. Where does it go up to? Goes past him. About now. Oh, it's probably about knee height. He was expecting it probably a little bit higher than that, and it just outdid him. Maybe also a bit of pace there as well. So he gets the second baller. I can see him over the dugout explaining to his team exactly how he missed that. And it doesn't matter what they say. It's still out in the book. So, how's that for a start then? Noman. Mirza Noman comes along, opens the bowling. He gets hit for 6 on the first ball, comes back with an absolute beauty and takes the batsman's off stump out. So Sahota is the new batsman to come out. He joins Mohammad Bilal, the Fighters wicketkeeper. He's at the non-striker's end. But right now it's Sahota, the left-hander. And he needs to get himself adjusted. The field needs to get himself adjusted. So the Rangers are all moving around for the lefty. There's no one in close on the leg side. They're all spread. Shout for LB. I think that was just continuing down leg side. Umpire wants nothing to do with that. Yeah, interesting field placement here. It's a very offside attacking field, and then the bowler goes and puts it on leg stump. Not sure about that. So the leg side field is you've got deep square, pretty much inside the circle regulation mid-on. There is he's a fine leg, but he's not very fine at all. He's quite he's about on a 45. That's your leg side field. Everyone else is packed on the offside, so he doesn't want to bowl middle of the leg. That's just pushed down towards mid-off, and they run through for a single. Gets off the mark. Yeah, I got a funny feeling just looking at that field setup. I was a bit confused there. I felt that maybe the Rangers forgot that there was a lefty coming on, and when they moved the field around, too many people ran to the wrong side. That was my initial feeling. And now for the right-hander, there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There are 4 fielders now on the leg side, and the rest on the offside. So, yeah, I think maybe one of them just went the wrong place. It happens. It's been hit, and the man comes off the boundary from deep point, fires in a throw, keeps it just one, and the field will have to rearrange for the left-hander once again. So, interesting start here for this chase. It's 8 for 1. We've still got one more ball to go in this over. Noman, he gets hit for 6, then he picks up the wicket bowled. Parminder Singh on his way, and then a couple little dots, and that's it. So it's interesting over so far. And this is edged. It goes between the 2 fielders. That's lovely placement, and that's going to run away for 4. And this run chase is definitely on now. That was a really good placement there. Sahota just puts the bat out, angles it, and he picked up the line nicely, and picks up a 4 for his trouble. So the score is 12 after 1, and that is 12 for 1 after 1. Bilal just on the 1 run from 1 ball face. Sahota 5 from 3 balls face. Man out in that eventful over. Parminder Singh. Parminder Singh is the man out, not Parwinder Singh. We'll see Parwinder Singh later, I'm sure. But Parminder Singh, his match is done. We won't see him again probably till match 32. We shall see. So welcome back to everyone in the chat. Great to see you all. Christopher Ward, they're asking if it's a tingle time already. Yeah, I know you asked that before we restarted. I thought that was a bit cheeky to put that one in there. But it's a fair question, because you never know. You never know. I'll tell you in about 4 or 5 overs how I'm feeling. And that's a wide ball. So unfortunately, Rahman puts it in the wrong place and pays a penalty. The Rangers, they want to do something good here. Their bowlers need to not be bowling wides. If they want to get this win and show the rest of the opposition in this tournament that they've got what it takes and they deserve to be here, and their bowlers need to be on song here, absolutely from the same hymn sheet. Give us a good tune. That's just clipped away. Funny old sort of shot, that one. Sort of puts the bat out there, and as the ball hits it, he brings the bat up, sort of twists it a bit. Maybe it takes a bit of pace off the ball, so he can jog through for a leisurely single. So, early days in the run chase, they need 104. If they can get that in 7 overs, well, there's a bonus point beckoning for them, of course. Ooh, now, Sahota didn't know much about that. That's not the first time I see him jump up and be surprised by the uneven bounce in this pitch. He did that a couple of games ago. Got leapt right up in the air, and I think as he leapt, I think that he got out for LB when he did that as well. He jumped up and the ball hit the pad, would have cannoned into middle stump, and he was given out. And you couldn't understand it, but on the replay, you sort of go, well, and, we know the LBW rules, and that was plum. So, yeah, he's not afraid to jump up and just sort of get around the crease. Now, I think there's a little discussion about the ball, maybe. The umpire just underarmed it to the boundary line. I think that may be a bit of a trouble. Could be a dud. It can happen sometimes. So we'll just check that out before we resume. Yeah, and I think there's a new pill, a better pill, a more appropriate pill has been given to Rahman, the bowler. Umpire is still just looking over to the officials, make sure they're good to go. The green light's given. White smoke pouring out of the chimney. We're good to go. And that's on leg, past the batsman, wide ball down leg side. So Rahman here, you're really missing the mark. And yeah, sort of hitting us with a volley of wides here. Needs to work on this. A little bit of chat in the field. Good to see. Rangers need to get a bit chatty in the field. Need to boost themselves up. That's a second leg side wide in a row. Now, I know but Rahman thinks about his radar, but he's got to do something about this. He's just leaking too many wides. At a time when you need someone economic, this bowler comes on in the second over and he's just continually bowling wides. Yeah, I think Skipper needs to get over and just have a word. Say, look, mate, maybe you need to slow it down. You're our second bowler. We want a nice tight second over. Keep up the pressure. Let's put those wides away for another day, shall we? It's better. It's up in the air. Well, the fielder on the boundary line really took a long time to move, and he really made a meal of it on the boundary line, I have to say. I don't want to put the man down, but Marty Al-Mahmoud, maybe he shouldn't be out there. He took a while to get going to chase the ball. There was a chance for a catch if he got on his motorbike straight away, and when he did, he went to ground to try to slide and stop the ball going for 4. He got to it, he hit it, and it just bobbled over his hand and hit the boundary for 4. So pretty poor. Good delivery, stayed down. Oh, scream of no. I think the batsman will get back. The shy at the bowler's end wasn't express, but these two batsmen, just a bit of confusion there. Yeah, ball played directly to the man at 45, behind the wicket on the offside there. So I call him a third man, but he's halfway to backward square leg. But it went straight to him. No run, definitely. Oh, that bounced up a bit too. So Hodder in a bit of trouble here. He's having trouble. The dot balls are starting to increase on him now. He's got 9 from 7. This is a good delivery. This is much better from Rahman. Look at this. Bit of movement too, and that slight swing coming into the lefty. That's good. That's good bowling. Umpire just reminds him, though, that on your follow through, maybe keep pushing yourself a bit to the right. Give me a chance to look down the pitch. Fair enough. 20 for 1. Last ball, the second. It's been skied. Players are running back for it. I think it's going to fall between two fielders. That was slightly comical, the way that they were looking up in the air, then just let it hit the ground. But that has eventually gone across the boundary line for 4 runs. And bit of a disappointing disappointing ending to that over for Rahman. Just bled too many extras, and he got taken for 4 on the last ball. And he's been going quite well for the fighters. They're 24 for 1, second over done. Their run rate is above where it needs to be, so they're doing well. Have a look at the standings there. So the fighters, they can pick up a win here, and if they can pick up a win inside 7 overs, they'll suddenly be on 11 points and clearly in second place. Now that would be exactly what they're targeting here. All teams have played 4 matches, as you can see, so that's right on halfway through the tournament. And interesting table, that one. Very interesting table. And the fighters looking to, well, throw a monkey in the wrench and a cat amongst the pigeons and throw a fly in the ointment for those top 3 teams and say, hey, don't forget about us. But they still got to win, and they still got to win well. And if they could do that again in the second game, then believe me, those other teams will really sit up and take notice. Guaranteed. The Rangers, well, they need something. I mean, I hope they get a win here tonight, or get a win before the tournament's out as a bit of a consolation, because they're not going to feature in the finals. Or the Super 5, or the finals. Mirza Noman is going to come back to bowl his second. He bowled the opening over. He went for 12 and picked up a wicket. Got Parminder Singh's second ball with a beauty. Probably a bit of help from the pitch as well. And we're set to go. That's been pulled to the leg side. It goes through one fielder, and luckily he was backed up. Just a single there. So it was quite comical the way that one fielder missed it. They had to fall to the ground as the return throw came in. Those fielders on the leg side are very close together, right? Really, really close together. They could almost shake hands. They're that close. Effectively, it's 2 deep mid wickets, and even now they're cover, deep covers with the left-hander on. 2 deep covers and a deep mid-off who's quite wide. Swing and a miss. Gets a bit of lift there, does Noman. Good bowl. Yeah, I'm thinking that maybe the Rangers aren't quite adjusting properly to the switch between left and right-handers, because now the offside is quite well stacked, and those 3 fielders deep in front of the wicket. Yeah, effectively that's 2 deep mid wickets and a wide long off, and the leg side. Well, you could run a herd of cattle through there. They wouldn't touch anybody. And he's tried to pull it into the leg side, which was probably the right thing to do. Diving throw, Jonty Rhodes style at the stumps, misses. Would have had him. Absolutely no doubt about that. I think that would have been the end of Sahota. He would have been gone for all money. Instead, they get through for a single, 26 for 1. Halfway through the third, we get towards the end of the power play. So the Fighters, they're getting there, but they're making tough work of it. The Rangers are now resetting for a right-hander. Bowler in. He swings hard at that one. It's going to come off in the edge. It's a bit of luck there. It's going to run away to a vacant wide third man. There is a third man, but he's quite fine, and it's going to go for 4 runs. So Bilal gets on the board with a boundary. He's on the board already for 3, but he's now got his boundaries running. That's his first one in his innings. And Noman just puts his hand up and acknowledges the chat coming from the field. Yep, that was streaky. That was lucky. We'll get him on the next one. Well, that happened in his first over. He got hit for 6 and got Permin to sing on the next ball. So you never know. Could happen again. 30 for 1. Couple more to go. Well, that's gone massive. That's into the car park. That's probably about as big as the one that we saw in the previous innings when Habibul started to really let loose. That's big. That's verging on Interstellar, that one. Absolutely verging on Interstellar. The camera goes way back to watch that. You just see our ball boy disappearing out there in the high. He wears the high-vis jacket in case we lose him in the bush. That's why he wears the jacket, because we don't want to lose him. He's a good man. That's actually Falak Zeb from the Miranda Dragons. And he's been doing the job for us here in the Group B stage. Fielding out there at, on the leg side for the right hand, and he's had a lot of work to do. He knows the car park better than anyone else. 36 for 1. The run rate well ahead of where they've got to be. 68 needed from 43, so the run rate is now dropped to less than 9.5 and over. Well, batsman really saw that one coming. It was short, and it was coming towards his shoulder or his hip, and he just swiveled, got in position, and just went bang, 4 runs. That was just too easy. Way too easy. 42 for 1 after 3. Good power play there for the Fighters, indeed. And Noman gets expensive in his second over, unfortunately. He didn't have a bad start, but that over is one he'll want to forget quickly. But he won't, because this match has still got a ways to go. Look at that, 18 off the over. 12, 12 and 18. Fantastic start for the Fighters. You can see there with the Rangers, those overs 1 and 3. That was Mandeep Singh who delivered those 2 overs. Fantastic stuff. Good rush of blood at the end on the 6, 7, 8, 9th overs. And the 10th over was pretty tight for them. Really struggled there. But the score's on the board. And they need to get 104 now, the Fighters. They need 62 from 42. Run rate's now under 9. And it's going to be Al Mahmood, who is, the good news is he's no longer fielding on the point boundary. He's now bowling. And I think this is a probably good move. Sahota is on 14. Bilal from 19, who got really, really carried away in that last over, flinging the blade and connecting as well. Doing the job for their team. They're 1 wicket down the Fighters, 42 on the board, and they're closing in on a big win here. They get it within 7. They get the bonus point, remember? Let's hit down the ground. It's coming towards me. Bit of work here for the fielder. Oh, well done. The ball bounced and it did deceive the fielder, but he's corrected himself. Very good work right in front of commentary position here. That was all about the field just deceiving. Absolutely deceiving. That was Rahman here in front of me, who did very well to adjust and stop that 4 getting by. Good work. Saved it for his team. Desperate to save runs here, this team. The Rangers really need to find some dot balls and find some wickets too. Get amongst them. Mahmood in again. That's going well wide. Well, I don't know what the bowler's pleading for. I mean, I honestly don't know what he's pleading for. That's almost outside the pitch. Hopefully he knows the rules. Quicker ball. Not much flight at all. Gets it through nice and fast, and Bilal is flailing outside off. That's what you should be doing. Don't be remonstrating with the umpire because you bowled a massive wide. You bowl things like that. Get dot balls in. Dot balls add pressure. Shouts to catch it. 1, 2, 3 bounces, and Rahman he fields just in front of me here at long off, and just the single. 45 for 1, halfway through the 4th now. They will bring Sahota on strike. He's got 15 from 11. He's gone a bit quiet. And that is a leg side wide to the lefty. I think the Rangers having trouble adjusting their bowling to the left and right handers here. That's really throwing them out. It's got to be the reason. Gives that flight and completely deceives him. That's a good delivery. Really good delivery. That's the kind of delivery I love to watch. A spin bowler that comes in and just doesn't mind tossing it up like that. Going for the big hoik and spins away from the blade. Lovely. Well, that one didn't spin. That one basically was in the half volley. It was quick, it was flat and straight, and the batsman too good to let that one go. Bang, 6. That's the 50 up for the Fighters in the fourth over. 52 for 1 in the fourth. 52 needed, so they're halfway there. They're living on a prayer. 52 needed from 37, run rate at 8.43 and over. Well, they need wickets and dot balls, Rangers, or else this is going to be a cakewalk. And that's a wide +1. So we'll bowl that last ball of the over one more time. And Al Mahmood is, 12 off his over. 12 off his bowling. Can he do better? No, he goes leg side. They don't run an extra though. And even as I talk, a Rangers player runs from the leg side to the offside. And that's what I mean about, I feel that the Rangers aren't quite up to this changing the field over for left and right handers. And it's kind of leaving a few gaps in the field. Gets it on the full and goes bang. Would you believe if I told you that fielder who ran across the pitch there from the leg side to the offside was right there, probably could have caught it? Would you believe me if I told you that was exactly how that happened? And the batsman just hit it straight to where that fielder was. Oh dear. It'd be funny if it wasn't true. It was true. 59 for 1 after 4. The Fighters are closing in on a big win here. 45 from 36 needed. It's a 7.5 needed per over. If they can get that in 3 overs, if they get 45 in 3 overs, which is 15 runs and over, they will earn themselves a bonus point, and they'll be starting to mess with the big boys on the standings here in Group B at the European Cricket Series tonight here in Portugal. Hope you're enjoying the coverage. Hope you're enjoying the contest as well. There's a bit to play for these teams. So, I'm very interested in this little tussle of how people are going to end up, where teams are going to end up. If the Rangers can sort out the left and right handers in the field, all that stuff. There's a lot going on here. There's a lot to watch. So, Saif Mahmood, he's going to start proceedings on the northern end. Puts one out for the left-hander to have a swing at. And probably because of the lack of foot movement, he doesn't get to the pitch and it goes through for a dot. Dot ball's a good ball. Yeah, just a couple of little sort of mini steps, but just down the line. Well, sorry, not even down the line. It was more just down the pitch where he just needed to step out. That was quite a wide delivery. So Mahmood in again. And he goes inside out, and that's going to beat the field, hit the fence, and be collected by ball boy out there, Falek Zeb. And that's 4 shot for 4. 41 from 34 for the win. 41 from 16 for the bonus point. I've got my eye on the bonus point. I think that's important. Oh, that gets up. They're asking for an edge there. Umpire's not interested. Most of the field weren't interested as well. I think Saif Mahmood was the only one who was really keen on that. Keeper was a bit muted. And that's usually the giveaway, I'd say. Stuart Williams saying he likes my music puns. Thank you very much. I run a music quiz in Prague once a month at my good friends Philly's Cheesesteaks, American street food restaurant. That's hit out, just pulled towards the mid-wicket area. Haven't seen Sahota hit too many out towards mid-wicket, to be honest. He's mainly going for the off drives and the drives over the covers and square drives. So that was a bit of a new one for him. Bilal comes on strike. He's 24 from 9. He was striking the ball beautifully a couple of overs ago, really going hard, going after Noman as well. Not quite taken to the cleaners, but he definitely had something to say about his laundry. And that is literally over the hip of the batsman, and that is, of course, going to be a leg side wide in anyone's language. Thanks for that, Stuart. Yep. I do try to get a few movie puns and music puns in. I do a movie quiz and I do a music quiz once a month at the venue in Žižkov in Prague. And I'll be doing a few in a couple other venues going forward from this summer. Also with my good mate Danny Hudacek, who's also known to the ECN commentary and the ECN family. Chance for a run out. If the ball had hit, could have been on. They get through a sneaky single. Just the single. It's a wide, +1. And the score is ticking upwards nicely. 67 for 1. Been an eventful over from Saif Mahmood. And clipped very nicely off the toes. That's going to be stopped beautifully by the fielder out there. Gets down, stops it in one go, fires in return. That's Habibul out there, who follows up his lovely innings with a good bit of work, a boundary-saving bit of work there at deep mid-wicket. Well done. Should be the last ball of the over. And that is being sent over the fence, into the car park. Felix Zeb turns tail. He literally did a 180. If he'd been driving, you would have heard the brake screech as he pulled the handbrake on. Does the 180 and goes out through the gate to go find that one. Well, maybe we should put him out there all the time. I'm not sure. What do you think? That's a lovely big hit. 74 for 1. It's 5 overs gone. 30 from 30 needed for the win, or 30 from 2 overs for the win and the bonus point. These two batsmen are doing a fantastic job here for the Fighters. This is a good first wicket partnership. Sorry, I guess you'd call it a second wicket partnership after one wicket fell, and that was Mohammad Asaduzzaman, who really didn't get into the... Sorry, what am I talking about? It's not Asaduzzaman. Got the wrong street in front of me. It's Parwinder Singh, who went for a second ball. He hit a 6, and then he went out second ball. So this partnership's worth 68. Mohammad Asaduzzaman. I got him on the mind because I'm wondering how he is. He was felled by a delivery in his innings, and then he dove for on the chance of being run out, and he landed very awkwardly, and he was helped off. That's gone straight up in the air, and that is going to be my interstellar shout for this innings. That has gone absolutely interstellar. It still hasn't come down. When it does come down, it's going to have ice on it. It might even have a few passport stamps on it. That is gone big. So, bowler Al Mahmood, let's have a think about this. That's not a good way to start your second over. Sahota goes high again. There's a chance here, though, for the fielder running in. It's going to bounce just in front of him, though. Oof. That was Fazal Rabi. He had a real good red-hot chance. He went for it, but it just didn't quite have the same... didn't have the same momentum that he had, unfortunately, and it fell short. Brings the right-hander Bilal on. And I think he got a little something on. I heard a little nick. It would have been a bump ball, though, to the keeper. And it's going to go through for just the 1 run. So the Fighters, looks like they're cruising to a bit of win here unless something amazing can happen. The Rangers, if they can pull some dot balls out of the fire and maybe a couple of wickets just to stem the flow of runs. That's gone very straight. Bit of work here for Rahman in front of me. He gets another really weird little bounce just before it gets to him. That's the second time that's happened. And he's had to adjust and make sure that it doesn't bubble over his hands and over his head for a 4. So good work here in front of me. Oh, cautiously played. Well, he's called through for a single, but batsman, oh, wow, the throw was as wide as you could possibly imagine. No pressure whatsoever. And now the batsmen are now saying we could have taken a second run. I think these two have batted well together. I'm not sure why they're gesticulating about how they could have taken another run there. I think Sahota was a little bit harsh on his batting partner there. So lefty Sahota's in now. Now, this is last ball of the over. This is the end of the 6th. And that's being square driven. It hits the leg of the fielder coming in, and it trickles over the boundary for 4 runs. Another big over. Have a look at this. Yep, fielder just gets in position on the boundary line, but he can't collect cleanly. There's a few awkward bounces out there on the outfield. Don't be too harsh on them. There's a few awkward bounces. And, sometimes the fielder has to be protecting themselves, rather than thinking about where the ball was going to go. It does happen sometimes. There's the batting card, 88 for 1 after 6. These two, Mohammed Bilal and Hayat Sohoto, having a really good red-hot go. The partnership's now worth 82. 12 extras in that partnership as well. They're doing a really good job for the fighters, and they're getting them very close to win. 16 from 24 for the win. And you'd think that would be foregone conclusion. Big hit. Bang. Is that going to go in the car park? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. You see, poor old Felix, he does it again. He waits. Then he does the big 180 and disappears into the car park. He's doing a wonderful job down there. We'll have to buy him a dinner or something during the during the match break, which is coming up at the conclusion of this match. And it's probably not that far away, to be honest. I think I'd like to see everyone on the chat give it up for Felix Zeb, our ball boy out there, who's doing a wonderful job. And he's got a lot of work to do. So this is Rahman, who's taken up the attack. He's going to bowl. He is bowling the 7th. So 10 from 5 for the bonus point. Go smack. 2 fielders combined. I need to have a talker next time they do that, because that's really, really good work. That was Habibul, who did so well to collect that and throw it in. Gets a round of applause. A little generous acknowledgement from his bowler as well. Have a look at this throw that comes in. This is actually a really good throw. It does bounce, so the pace comes off it. And that was really good work in the outfield. Very good stuff. Just have a look at this replay one more time. Batsman really has to get on his bike here. Ball comes in there. To the stumps, a broken there. Bats in the air. I think that's a Gorne gone. And it is indeed. Umpire confirms it. Good throw. Very good throw. Good work here in the on the boundary line. Affected the run out. And Habibur acknowledges the guys around him. Sort of had a bit of a tussle with Marty Al Mahmood, just here in front of me over who gets the ball. But it was a lightning throw, really lightning throw in. And that has brought about the 2nd wicket. So, surely. Well done, Trip. Good to see you in there. Thanks for joining us. You join us at the latter stages of the run chase. But you might see an interesting finish. Oh, that's good. Wide over leg. Just goes over his hips. And that's not necessary. Rahman has, when you look at the stats, he will be guilty of bleeding way too many wide deliveries in his overs, and he needs to work on that. I mean, it's good that he's got the pace and he's got the height, but if you haven't got the radar in line, then what's the game plan if that's going to happen? So 8 from 22 for the win, which I think we agree should happen. Bounce, 1 bounce, and to the fielder. That's Fazal Rabi, who's patrolling the boundary down there at long on. Rahman up to 21 from his 1.5 overs. Fighters now need just 7. Just 7. I think that bonus point's definitely on. There's been a bit of lusty hitting in the last couple of overs. I mean, Sahota's now gone. That's one thing, but Bilal's still there. Oh, that really didn't bounce much at all. That's, again, just the example of the uneven bounce, which can really catch people out. So, yeah, the new batsman is Jatinder Singh. He's fresh at the crease. And he's only just faced the one delivery that really didn't get up. 2 balls for a bonus point. 7 off 2 for a bonus point. Let's see if they can get it this over. Well, that's gone skied up in the air. This is probably going to only end up bouncing right between them. And it does, 2 fielders. And it's just the 1 run. So it comes down to, for the bonus point, it comes down to a 6 off this last delivery. If Bilal, and if anyone's going to get a 6 off this ball, it's going to be this man here. There you go. I've said it. It's going to be Mohammed Bilal. He'll be the man to hit a 6 here if he can. If anyone can do it, he'll do it for the fighters. Bowler in. Well, that's going to make things interesting because now it's a wide, so there's an extra. I'm telling you, I hope the Fighters skipper gets over to Rahman and has a bit of a word. Sorry, Fighters, what am I saying? The Rangers skipper gets over to Rahman and has a bit of a word that says, we need to get you in the nets. These wides Absolutely killing us. How many extra deliveries has he bowled in his 2 overs? Comes in again. And there it is. Did I tell you or did I tell you? If anyone's going to hit the 6, it was going to be Bilal, and they have got it. The Fighters have got not just the win, but they've got the bonus point because they've made that they've made it in 7 overs exactly. 105 for 2 after 7. Wonderful effort from Mohammed Bilal. He gets to 45, and he has played a blinder of an innings just off 16 deliveries as well. And Rahman has bled way too many wides and way too many runs. And unfortunately for the Rangers, they don't defend that total. And the Fighters get it with 3 whole overs to spare. And, well, as I said a few times now this afternoon, if the Fighters can get that win and they can get a bonus point, that suddenly starts to shake up the top of the group standing table. We'll look at that a bit later. For now, though, have a look at this. Parminder Singh, he gets a first ball 6 and a second ball bowled. That was great stuff from Noman. And then Mohammed Bilal came out. Well, he was already out there, and then he was joined by Sajot Sahota. They put on a fantastic partnership together, and they got the Fighters. After a few little weird moments in the sort of early overs, they settled down, and things started happening, and they started motoring along quite nicely. And unfortunately, Sahota got run out in that second last over in the 9th. There we go. Only 4 bowlers used. We didn't get down to the final bowler. Probably would have come on in the 8th over. But that's how the bowling card looks. Everyone went for around about 15 and over. That's pretty standard economies. That's actually quite uniform, to be honest. 1 wicket only to Mirza Noman, and you see that partnership there yielded 89 runs between Bilal and Sahota, and that's where the match was won. Massive partnership there, 89-run partnership. And when you're chasing only 104, that's huge. Huge. And this is a huge win as well. Fighters beat the Rangers by 8 wickets. They do it inside 7 overs. They get not just the bonus point, they get the 3 points for the win. So 4 points in total for them. And if my calculation is correct, that means that they'll now have 11 points. Their net run rate will get a lovely boost as well, because currently it's in the negative, I believe. So when we get around to having a closer look at the group standings for the standings for Group B, that'll come up probably sometime in the next match. Going to have a good look and see what this result has done for those standings. And you will see definitely a result there. Definitely you'll see a result where the Fighters will push themselves in amongst it all. And it's going to be interesting stuff. Well, anyway, that's the end of that one. Thanks everyone for joining us. We can see a whole bunch of Blue Spanners turn up and chat. Chris Ward's joined us. Trip is there. I said hello to you, Trip, before. And all you people watching here in the chat, I hope you've enjoyed that. That was a really good game. We're going to see the return game starting in 44 minutes. That means I'll be back here and talking with you all in about 39 minutes and 6 seconds. And I look forward to continuing this really lovely tournament we've got here, the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. It's been wonderful stuff for me. I'm enjoying it. Hope you're enjoying it as well. But that is match 31 done and dusted. Match 32 coming your way soonish. So we're going to have the dinner break now. The teams are going to have a bit of a sit and think about it. We'll try and check in on Mohammed Azaduzzaman and make sure. We'll see if he's okay. I'm not sure if he'll be taking part in the next match. He may have to be subbed out for another player because he was looking really, really sore and quite not right, I'll have to say. We'll see. We'll see how he is. I hope he's okay. I really do hope he's okay because he's an absolute gun for the Rangers. They need him. But if he's not well, then fair enough. So I'm going to put a pin in that, and I'll join you in approximately 38 minutes and 10 seconds, and I hope to see you back here then. Don't go too far. You are watching the European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal on the European Cricket Network, and this is Phil G. Just, as I said, putting a pin in that for now, and I'll see you shortly. Cheers.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And welcome back, cricket fans from around the world. You join us here for match 22, and I need to give a shout out to a few special people watching today, and that is the village, the town of Miranda do Corvo. Boa noite. And I hope you're going to enjoy the cricket. Match 32 coming your way. Yes, I've learned how to say good evening in Portuguese. I'm very proud of myself. And I hope you're going to stick around and watch the Rangers take on the Fighters in this match 32 coming your way very soon. It was a big game we had just earlier. Match 31, and it was, excuse me, just clearing my throat there. The Rangers made 103 for 5 in their 10 overs, and the Fighters, in 7 overs, chased those runs down, picked themselves up a bonus point as well, and that puts them in good stead now for the table, which we'll look at a bit later on. And it's it's going to be the Fighters to resume against the Rangers shortly in this match, but let's have a look at the coin toss and see what's happening.
That is the call. And that it is. Go for the bat first. Rangers throw the toss and will have a bat first.
Thank you very much. So the news from the toss is that the Rangers have won the toss and they'll have a bat first. Try to get a score on the board. That can be chased down. Here we go. Let's have a look at the table there. So in the big news, Mohamed Azaduzman, he's been declared okay to play, and he's going to be playing. And that is pretty much an unchanged side from what we saw in the previous game. And they're going to need a lot more from all of those players there. They all need to stand up. The Rangers if they're going to get a win tonight. And, of course, the Fighters, well, that's a pretty good side as well. Very, very strong side. That looks like, to me, a pretty unchanged side as well. So there we have it. Rangers win the toss and elect to bat first. Supercomputer says... Well, Supercomputer likes the Fighters, 75% chance for a win versus the Rangers, 25% chance for a win. That's probably roundabout correct, but we'll see. The Rangers might find something here, might dig deep at the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. And tomorrow, England ECS continues. That's day 4 or 5 tomorrow with Vinny Rico and Charlie Hunt looking after you there. Tunbridge Wells take on Spencer in the first match starting around 8:45 GMT time. And then it's Hornchurch versus Spencer. Tunbridge Wells in action against Wimbledon. Wimbledon against Hornchurch. And we'll finish the day match 20, Tunbridge Wells versus Hornchurch. A great series going on up there. Looks like the weather is cleared as well, which is wonderful news for all the players and everyone involved in that. So we've got a lot going on. Have a look at that. Portugal, England, Netherlands T20I women's action going on right now. This weekend, we kick off Cyprus, ECS, ECI women's, T20I women's and T20I men's, ECI men's. Everything's happening there. Czechia, my hometown of Prague. We start on Friday the 4th of June with the Women's Central European Cup. Looking forward to that T20I women's action. We then go to the ECS on Monday the 17th. We finish the month with ECI action for women and men. And that's the 29th and 30th of June. July, Romania and Hungary, ECS and ECI action coming your way, and plenty more after that. Summer is going to be full. And tomorrow, just a reminder, speaking of the women playing, Netherlands women take on the Italian women in match 4, day 3 of 3 tomorrow in the HCL Tech T20I for women. It's been a wonderful tournament up there as well over 3 days. Players are making their way out at the moment. The Fighters are taking to the field in this lovely, lovely stadium. Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. And as I said before, boa noite to everybody watching. Thank you for joining us. It's going to be a good game here. Umpires are out there as well. The batsmen are taking guard, checking themselves, and getting ready to put on a fight here. The Rangers, they won the toss. So by doing that, you think, well, they must have some sort of game plan here to get things going nice and quick. We'll see. Looks like it's Mandeep Singh is going to start proceedings from this northern end. As always, he's going to bowl the first over. Had a wonderful first and third over for the team in the previous game. I think he gave away only 2 runs, picked up a wicket and put down plenty of dot balls. So the batting lineup's changed around a bit too. So we've got Habibul is going to open with Al Mahmood. Habibul, who made a really good cameo for the Rangers in the previous game. Came out and belted a quick fire, 30-odd off not many deliveries. Really impressed us. Second top score behind Mohamed Azaduzman. So Mohamed Azaduzman, he's going to sit this one out for now. Might be needed later though. We start with a dot ball. Lovely delivery. Ooh, that's a good start. A lot of encouragement around the ground. The fighters are very vocal here. That big win they had yielded them 4 points, and they're going to be looking for 4 points again here in this match 32. Looking to put the sword to the Rangers. Rangers have other ideas. They win the toss and they want to bat. They want to get a score on the board here to be defended. That's been lovely. Pulled across to the leg side through deep mid-wicket, and that's a 4. That's a good shot by Al Mahmood. And the runs are starting to flow, and the innings is off to a good start. Hello to everyone in the chat, on the YouTube chat. Chris Ward's in there. John Gray, I see John. Jules drops in, says hello. Quick coffee on the M11. Good on you. Thanks for dropping in, Jules. Trip Denny, I saw in there as well. And everyone in the chat from all over the world, welcome. I'd love to read your comments while I'm calling the cricket action. And I'll give you a bit of a shout out. You get in with a good the music pun or a movie pun. I always like to hear those. And obviously, any little cricket tidbits you got for me, I'd love to read that out as well. So the lights are on here at the stadium at Municipal de Miranda do Covo, and they are going to take full effect in the second innings. For now, there's still brilliant sunshine. Those shadows will stretch a little bit further across the ground as this innings goes on. But for the second innings, those lights will start to have proper full effect, maybe about halfway through the innings. So this first over, just chipped uppishly, but placed well, goes straight to that third man. And that's just the 1 run there. So both batsmen looking pretty confident here. The score is slowly ticking over. There's 1 boundary and just a handful of singles. And the bowler, skipper, Mandeep Singh, trying to lead by example, as he did in the previous game. With a very good bowling effort to put the brakes on immediately in the Rangers' run chase. Excuse me, and they're setting the run target, I should say, not run chase. It, of course, was the fighters who were chasing. They chased down the target of 104 in 7 overs, yielded them that bonus point. Did very well, they did. Looks very stylish from the batsman like that, but when they miss it, whoo. It's good for the photo op, but it's not good for them. Bowler in again. It's just been hit down to the ground, goes to the leg side, to the deep cover. And he fields in just the one there, and that will complete the over. So the fighters begin with a nice tight over. The Rangers only managed 7 runs off that over, but at least they're off to a better start than the previous match. And a cautious start, although a good start, solid start. And Al Mahmood leading the way with 6 runs. Habibul with just the 1 from 1, and he was a bit of a champ in the previous match, building a very, very healthy 30-odd to help out his team to get to a decent score. They got into the hundreds thanks to his big hitting, and of course Mohammed as a dozenman helped with a 40-odd as well. So those two really held it together. Well, that's the end of that. Al Mahmood is clean bowled. Great delivery. And that's Jatinder Singh's first ball. And that has cut across him and taken the top of off. Have a look at this one again. He's a lefty. He's coming over the wicket. Puts it right on. Oh, it hits, comes in off the leg and hits actually top of middle and leg. I thought it hit the off stump. Looking at something else I was. And their little celebration mid-pitch, it's an interesting one, that, isn't it? I like that. Just that little touch to the ground. Nothing too sort of loud or over the top. But it gets them going. It fires them up. Lovely to see. So, Rangers already in a little bit of strife. It's up now to Ubaydor. Ubaydor Rahman is coming in. And he's going to take strike here at the start of the second. He needs to work a partnership here with Habibul at the other end. And the Rangers already just a little bit wobbly now. After that very first solid over, just watching that delivery again, sort of think, well, these fighters bowlers, they weren't overly impressive in that first game, but in this one, here in Miranda do Covo, we'll see. Let's have a look at this one. It's a good delivery. Batsmen have to hustle, and they're through for 1. It's pretty tough going out there for the batsman, I have to say. Pretty tough going. It's tough going for the fieldsmen. So the fielders on the offside, they are staring directly into the setting sun. I mean, it's a beautiful scene here, don't get me wrong. It's a beautiful blue sky. The lights are on, although they haven't taken effect yet. But the sun is still, it's quite low in the sky. It's a wonderful setting here in Miranda do Corvo. It's a properly lovely setting here. Nestled in the mountains in central Portugal. Definitely worth a visit. That's been swiped, absolutely swiped towards the cover boundary, extra cover boundary, and that's 4. Good shot. Habibul cuts loose with the boundary. Yeah, I'm properly impressed with the surroundings here. It reminds me a little bit of home for me. I come from country Victoria, where a lot of forest, a lot of hills, a lot of mountains, and it's a gorgeous part of the world. This is properly a gorgeous part of the world here in Portugal. So if it's on Portugal's on your destination list, make sure you put Miranda do Corvo down as the place to visit. That's hit up in the air. There's going to be a chance here. Cover strolls in, positions himself, taps it. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. He's tapped it in the air. It landed in his hands just for a second attempt, and then it hit the ground, and he grabbed it as it bounced off the ground, and the batsman can't believe his luck. Have a look at this bit of juggling here. The 1, 2, ground, 3. Oh dear, but it spilled eventually. Batsman stared to the sky, couldn't believe his luck. Rahman now is going to face Jatinder Singh. Just tucks away on the leg side. So score goes to 14. 14 for 1. There's one more to come in this over. Yeah, Jatinder Singh, you can't believe his luck. Felt he should have had a second wicket there with that catch in the covers. The fielder out there for the fighters, that was Rahman, Rahman. He's still looking at his fingertips. He's still looking at his hand, his fingertips, his right hand, and thinking, why on earth didn't I grab it on the third bite? The ground took the third bite. Gets the charge. He gets an edge, and that's streaky and a bit lucky there. It's going to run away all the way for 4. Luck running with the Rangers there. 18 for 1 after 2. And Jatinder Singh has gone for 11 from his first over, but did pick up a wicket. So, good odd start here. 2 overs done, 18 on the board. Computer still likes the fighters there, rating him a 78% chance to pick up the win here. And there's the table. Well, you can see there, well, yes, the fighters have pushed themselves right up the table into second place. They still have a negative run rate, but they're up to 11 points and in second position on the ladder. That's a very good return from them. So if they can pick up a win here, they will be equal first. And they have to do a really good win to increase that net run rate appreciably to catch up to the rate from Owarish. But I think that may be a bridge too far. If they can just get the win, and then if they can get a bonus point, well, that'll be even better. That puts them right amongst them. Like I said earlier in the previous match, puts the cat amongst the pigeons, puts a monkey in the wrench and a fly in the ointment. That's what it does. It's good for the group. Clipped very nicely. There is a fielder down there. He's got a bit of work to do, and it's beaten him to the boundary line. It's 4. Very good clip off the hip there. Clip off the hip, that just rolls off the tongue. A clip off the hip rolls off the lip. That's what it does. 22 for 1. I'm just admiring my good phonetics there. Hope you are too. Wherever you're on the world, hope you're enjoying the coverage here. You're watching the European Cricket Series at night in Portugal, central Portugal, in Miranda do Corvo. It's wonderful to have your have you with us today. And I hope you're enjoying a good bit of Wednesday evening cricket. So Mandeep Singh in again. And that's hit uppishly, intentionally, but it was guided not very well because it went straight to the fielder. Just a little bit more oomph and that probably would have gone straight into his hands. So Rahman living dangerously there. I'm waiting for an opportunity to say one of Rahman's shots is spicy. That would I'd really enjoy that, but haven't had the opportunity yet because he hasn't really hit out in his batting so far in the tournament. Maybe tonight's the night. Well, swing and a miss. Agricultural swipe across the line from Habibul. He's better than that. We saw him do better than that in the previous match. And this is just swing and hope. But I got to say, Mandeep Singh, he's a better bowler than that. He wouldn't get bogged down in that sort of thing. But Habibul is a good batsman. He's a very good batter. Well, he's missed that. Keeper's missed it. Slip's missed it. And so's third man. And so's fine leg. Well, everybody's missed that except the boundary, and that's gone for 4 byes. It's amazing how many people that missed. To be fair, I don't think keeper or slip were really in chance. That was going past very quickly. And the 2 fielders behind the bat, the third man and the fine leg, were not fine at all. They're quite wide. They're pretty much on a 45, to be honest, both of them. And this is still in the power play, so there's valuable runs for the Rangers here in the power play. 2 balls to come in this over. Another swing and a miss. A couple of appeals from the field. They thought they heard something. No appeal from the keeper or the bowler, which tells you the story. It's a good tussle, this. I'd say it's all pretty even right now between these 2 teams. I think, yeah, the fighters are probably in front right now, but at this particular juncture, with 1 ball to come in the power play, let's see where this goes. Well, it's another dot ball. That's a cracking way to finish an over, and very good from Mandeep Singh. He came back from being hit pretty hard for a boundary, and he's done well. So he finishes with none for 11 from his 2, 27 for 1, 3 overs gone. Habibul is on 10, and Rahman is on 7. And the shadows are getting longer here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. And I know that we're currently on show at an expo in town, and I want to say boa noite to everyone in town watching the cricket here. And we're lovely. You're lovely, and we're glad we've got your company. How about that? 27 for 1 after the power play. Umpire shows us the signal to say power play's done. And Jatinder Singh will start the 4th. Short run up. Comes in now. Just punched towards point, deep point, through the field there. Fielder is Verinder Verk. He's got the sun in his eyes. That's going to be a very tough fielding out there for him. He's looking, as he looks at the batsman, he's looking directly into the sun. That is a really tough place to field at this time of day. Whoa, wow. The batsman in the stumps were not sighted by me because the non-striker batsman just walked between where I'm standing and the batter, and all I heard was the clack of the stumps, and then the bails and the ball fly off in all 3 different directions. So I knew he was definitely bowled. That's a terrific delivery, that. And they get rid of a very dangerous batsman. The fighters have got a breakthrough here in the 4th, and that's a very important breakthrough. Habibul goes for, well, not as many as he got in the previous match, and that's a big breakthrough. And a very important breakthrough as well. And that's going to bring Anwar Jahid to the crease. He goes to the striker's end. He's there with Rahman, and they need to start again. 28 for 2. Just started the 4th over. Expected score, we're thinking 88. We'll see about that. So did we get a damaged bail or something there? I think we may have got a little bit of damage to there. I think that's what's being replaced. The standing umpire ran off to grab a couple of spares. I think that's what it was. I think we lost one of the bails. I think has been shattered by that delivery from Jatinder Singh. So a brand spanking new one has just been brought out. Stuart Williams joins us in the chat, talks about the cracking game in England. Lovely stuff. That's what ECSN can do for you. You can bring all the good matches here on the European Cricket Network. That's a good delivery. Straight past him, straight past the chest area. Couldn't get back to ball. Was in 2 minds. No footwork whatsoever. And just plonked on the crease and hoping that it wasn't going to be coming close to him. If it had been wide, he would have had a swipe. That's one thing about the Rangers with their batting, is they need to work on that. He's standing quite in front of the stumps. Not sure if that's intentional, especially with the bowler coming on this angle. Hits it down. Goes straight to third man. He's had better work to do today. Doesn't have to move too far, though. And lobs in the throw. So it's a very interesting situation we have right now here at the ground. We're getting towards the end of the fourth. Score is 29 for 2. And Habibul, very dangerous batsman, has been bowled this over. Oh, you wouldn't believe it. Wouldn't believe it. And that is Rahman gone. And he's given up his wicket rather meagerly. Have a look at this again. Well, he barely gets across into the line at all. He barely moves. Just a swipe. Just didn't look confident at all. And the Rangers have got a lot of work to do in the batting department after this tournament and going forward into the future. A lot of work to do. Because it's no point playing T10 if you hit one boundary and then you eat up dot balls and then you leave with no more than 7 against your name for the entire time, unfortunately. But for Rahman, that ball was just a little bit too spicy. Thank you very much. Thank you. And it's Rabi, the new batsman. Comes in to face the music from Jatinder Singh. He's got 3 for 13. He is bowling an absolute blinder here. And he's got a chance to maybe pick up one more against the new batsman. Let's see how he goes. That's been hit hard. And it's going to carry the boundary line. That's 6. That's a big Maximo there. Bang. So, Fazal Rabi comes in and just goes bang over his head. Jatinder Singh, he gets 3 for 19 from his 2 overs, still picks up 3 wickets, all 3 wickets in this game so far, in this innings so far. And the Rangers are 35 for 3 after 4. And struggling, the top order, struggling, nervous, shaky. And Anwar Jahid, who's only faced 2 deliveries, now he gets his chance to face, he faces Parminder Singh. And Parminder Singh, as you know, he was very good at using the uneven bounce in the previous match. And he felled one of the batsmen, the best batsman, probably, well, he is the best batsman in the Rangers. That was Mohammad Azad Usman. That's been hit intentionally up in the air, and I think it's 1 bounce and 4 runs. So Anwar gets things going here in the 5th over with a good boundary at the beautiful Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Covo. It's Dukovo. I keep saying Dokovo. It's Dukovo. Miranda Dukovo. So, Parminder Singh gets taken for 4. How does he respond with that one? A little bit quicker. It's been hit square. It goes to a very packed offside field. Very square of the wicket. It's interesting. There's a deep point there. It looks like there's a regulation point. It's a backward point. Cover, third man, a return throw to Parminder Singh that goes over his head by about 5 metres. He's bewildered by that. Just throw it back to me, he says. That's all you got to do. Yeah, very stacked square on the offside. So he bowls it straight, and there's a bit of work to do square on the leg side. Fielder gets around and underarms it very cheekily. Underarms it back to Parminder Singh. That was Verinder Virk with a big smile on his face. Very cheeky, that. That's the kind of fun they're having out here. Oh, and he looks to tickle it to the keeper, the batsman. Not sure about that. And Jahid, not sure about that. Yeah, I don't think there's much value in that sort of shot. Just looking to help it. There is a third man. He would have gotten around to that. But Parminder Singh's not express. So if you're going to play that sort of shot, it's going to go slowly towards that third man. And it's not going to go fine because he hasn't got the pace. So it will get a thick edge. And that's just not a valuable shot. If you want to play a valuable shot, have a look at the gaps. Get it past cover, it's 4. You hit it over cow corner, like that. That's 6. There you go. Help yourself to some of that. That's a great hit. Smacks into the wall. Doesn't go into the car park. Anwar Jahid. And Rabi looking to push the score here. That is 5 overs gone, 47 for 3 on the board. Still a lot of work to do. There's Verinder Virk, who gave me a bit of a giggle there when he noticed that the fielder who was returning the ball to Parminder Singh threw it way over his head, like 5 metres above his head. Parminder just looked back at him and raised his hands with half a grin. only half a grin, and said, "What was that?" And then when the ball went to Vrind de Werk, he underarmed it along the ground all the way to the bowler as though to say, "There, I did the right thing." He's a very cheeky person, is Vrind de Werk. Good sense of humour. 47 for 3, 5 overs gone, 5 more to come. Just a reminder that the Rangers won the toss and elected to bat. And this is what they've done so far. Puts it in shorts, comes straight down to me. It's going to bounce and fielded by Parwinder Singh, who just bowls it back to Vrind de Werk. Just for a moment then, I thought I was in. That ball was absolutely coming straight towards the commentator microphone. I've only had two balls have come into the commentary tent since I've been here. And I just don't think that's enough. Stretches to catch that one, and it goes straight to that man at third man. A question in the chat from Stuart Williams is the shortest boundary by the car park. It's a uniform 50-metre boundary line all around. That's a great delivery. Batsman down on one knee, looking to launch him towards the car park again. It's the reason why the car park is popular is because hitting towards the leg side and going for that sort of shot you saw in that replay just then, that's the sort of shot that the batsmen like to play. Oh, gets him a second time. Way. Parwinder Singh in front of me here with the vocals. Oh, I got to agree with him. Oh, hey, what are you doing? Boy, not there. What's going on? Oh, short ball. There's an appeal for a caught behind. They think it came off the bat. And what's going on here? I think the umpire pretty much said no. Maybe they're just checking on the batsman. The fielders are all coming together. The two batsmen are coming together for a fist bump. It's not the end of the over. And I think maybe they were just asking for just a consultation on that one, the two umpires possibly. Anyway, it's deemed as not out. And Vrind de Werk is only 2 runs from this over. Bowling very well. Let's have a look at this one again. Gets up, uneven bounce. And they're asking the question if it came off the glove or it came off maybe above the forearm. I suspect it was either above the forearm or maybe even on the body. And that's exactly what the umpire said. So it's 49 for 3. 1 more to come in this over. We're just waiting for the umpiring officials to be comfortable with the result of that. And we are. And let's play on. That's just guided to a man at short backward point. Fires in return. There was never a run there. I'm not sure where you were going, Rabi. Not sure where you were going. And Anwar is walking down the pitch to him saying exactly the same thing. Anwar Jahid, he's saying, well, you hit it straight to the player. He's about 15 metres from the wickets. How about we don't run? So there's the batting card. It's not a great batting card for the Rangers. They're struggling. They're 6 overs in. It's 49 on the board, and they nearly needed someone to just grab this innings by the scruff of the neck and drag it into the triple digits, and it's unfortunately just not happening. Just not happening. Rabi and Jahid need to put a good partnership together here with some good solid hitting. Go after a few people. Okay, now this is Deepu Mansapuria, who he bowled the 10th in the previous match, and after the first delivery he started grabbing his shoulder straight away. So maybe he's had some of the magic spray, I'm not sure. And he's come back now to bowl the 7th. Let's see how that shoulder holds up. He's a good competitor. Puts a little bit of extra hot sauce on that one. And once again, he's just that hand going up towards the collarbone shoulder area. Not sure why he's bowling if he's in that level of discomfort. Just looks like a bit of a worry to me. Well, keep an eye on that. Maybe that's all it is. Maybe it's just the fact that the fighters are just carrying a couple of injuries. Oh, that's a beautiful delivery. Cut him in half, caught behind. What a lovely ball that was. And Anwar Jahid, he's gone. Have a look at this. Oh, that's a good delivery. Batsman immediately turned around. He knew he'd hit it. Done and dusted. So Mansapuria gets a wicket with his second ball. Crook shoulder or not, that was a great delivery. Shout out to SF Shohag in the chat. Our Blue Spanner crew member, just reminding people about posting scores before the stream. Not a cool thing to do, and please pay attention to what the Blue Spanner crew are saying. If you're in the chat and you want to get a little bit cheeky and try to post up before someone else, just please play by the rules. That's all we ask. That's all we're asking for. And please observe whatever the Blue Spanner crew is telling you. That's what they do there. That's what the moderator's job is. So, we start with a new batsman. It's Mahmood. Saif Mahmood. And he gets off with a single. The 50 comes up. It's now 50 for 4, halfway through the 7th. And there's a beautiful, beautiful ground here in Miranda Dukovo. The shadows across the ground have now stretched at the batter's end, right the way across, almost all the way to the other side of the oval. In fact, they have. Actually, the shadows from, I think it's just the trees there, they have gone all the way to the other side of the oval. That's happened pretty quickly, as the sun is dipping very quickly in the west, as it tends to do every day. Yeah, you have a look at there. He's just walking back to his mark. Mansapuri, he's in proper discomfort there. May need to see the acupuncturist. And that has gotten away from no one. Wicketkeeper. I thought wicketkeeper might have been playing a bit of a fox there. The way he turned around and was almost looking a bit resigned to the fact that he might have missed it. He had it in his glove the whole time. There was no chance for a bye. The batsman could see that. And we don't usually appreciate that sort of foxing the batsman. It's not on. Not saying he was trying to do it, just saying it looked like it for a second. Gets him again. This is a great over. Injured or not, Mansapuri has put together a fantastic over for the Fighters. 1 for 1 from 1. That's a lot of ones, but that's what his bowling figure is like. Bit unlucky not to have a maiden, in my opinion. Well bowled. So, 7 down, 50 on the board, 4 wickets back in their pavilion. And the Rangers, they elected to bat. They won the toss and elected to bat. And they're looking at putting not a big score on the board. And I suspect that unless something changes in this over, if we can get a magical over here and maybe another one straight afterwards, this score is going to be well below par. Vrindaverk to continue. Gets a charge, and it goes straight over the top of the stumps for a dot ball. Saif Mahmood just can't get it going here, can he? Just can't get it going. Maybe stay in your crease and play a single and get Rabi on strike. Okay, he's basically heard that. I don't know how that happens. So that's a leg bye, and it gets Rabi on strike, who's got a few more runs than him. And he can be a big hitter, can Fazal Rabi. He can be a big hitter. Let's see, they need it. They really need something here. Gets the dance. It goes wide. I think he came out of the crease too early. If Vrindaverk saw him and pushed it just a little bit wider, and the willow has missed the leather in the end by quite a bit. 51 for 4 the score. Changes his stance and manages to get hold of that, and that has gone all the way for a big 6. Big Maximo shot. So Rabi frees the shoulders and goes bang, goes into the sky above the town of Miranda Dukovo and lands for a 6. Quick shout out to everybody at the Expo who's watching this on the big screen there. If you want to pop down to the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo, you get to see the run chase that's going to start in about 20 minutes' time. Could be exciting, but it's always good to have a crowd here for a night match. Cricket under lights, there's nothing like it. So, quick shout out to everybody watching the Expo. Why don't you come on down? Oh, goes for play clever ramp shot. Pretty much almost just hits it into himself. We had Kasim Ahmad last night playing that ramp shot a few times. Unfortunately, well, I say he was playing the shot. He wasn't actually playing. He was trying to play it, and he didn't succeed in doing it. And all he succeeded in doing was potentially injuring himself. So that is the end of the 8th. And the run rate graph here is not going to be pretty. It's gone up towards 9, and then it's just slid all the way back down again, that slippery slope from overs 5, 6 and 7 and 8 and trouble. 2 overs to go, and Mansapuri is going to come back through second, so I would say the Rangers are in a bit of trouble now. I'm not sure they're going to be posting a big score here. Charges in now. Swing and a miss. Dance down the pitch looks impressive, but if you don't connect, it doesn't look great. Mahmood is not doing well here. He's only faced 4 deliveries. And yeah, Mansapuri, without trying to sound like a broken record, Mansapuri is still clutching that shoulder. He's definitely done himself a mischief there. Definitely done himself a mischief. So, Mahmood, what can you do here? Well, it's a wide ball. There's one shout of how's that. I'm not sure who said it. I couldn't see because everybody else was dead quiet. So the Rangers 4 wickets down and looking like they're in a bit of strife. And Mahmood, unfortunately, the only thing he's hitting with these swipes are flies. That's good work from the keeper. Leaps up one-handed, takes that one. Beautiful work behind the stumps. He's not a tall man, is the keeper. He's not a tall man. That's Mohammed Bilal. But he jumped up there. Have a look at this. Jumps up out of shot and back down again. Well done, keeper. Very well done. Saved any potential extra runs going from him, from buys. Finally. Finally. Lovely stuff. It's taken Mahmood 6 deliveries, but he's finally managed to find the boundary, and he's finally got off that one. He goes to 5 now. Well done. Need a few more of those to feel good about yourself, I think. Just needs to fire things up a little bit. Yeah, tripped any. I totally agree. Time starts slogging away. Got nothing to lose. They're 4 wickets down. There's 9 balls left. Even if they lose 5 wickets doing the slogging attempt, they're still not going to get bowled out. You've got nothing to lose. You've got everything to gain from going hard now. So, safe. Here you go. Well, he gets edge on it, and it's going to run away from the fielder. Bit of fancy footwork on the boundary line, and he prevents the second run. However, it goes through the keeper, goes through the backup, and is collected by the backup's backup. And that is Rahman, who is the backup's backup, and he's done a good job of backing up. I think that's Parminder Singh on the boundary line who used his feet. He's a tall lad, so for him to reach down and grab the ball, that's a long way down and back up again with the ball. So he chose to use the feet. Probably the right thing to do in the end. Yep. I think Stuart Williams says it right there. They just can't click. It's true. The Rangers, the batting, they just can't click. Slightly mishit. Goes out to deep mid-wicket. It's just going to be a single. Yeah, and I guess just to elaborate on the fact that they can't click is that there's a lot of mishits. You can hear it with the sound of the ball hitting the bat. They can't get a partnership together. They're hitting it to players. It's just all not going according to how you think it should be going. I think we've got one more of the over. I think maybe the players and the batsmen thought that was it. There's still definitely one more to come. 64 for 4. One last in the 9th to come. Mansapuri, who bowled very well in the previous over, and there was no slouch in this over either. He's still got one more. He's still got a rotten shoulder, and by rotten I mean he's in a little bit of discomfort there. And finish with a swing and a miss. And that is now the end of the over. Umpire says, yep, we're done. That's 9 down, 64 for 4 on the board. That score is just not good enough. And yes, the Rangers, just to elaborate again on that comment from Stuart Williams about they can't click, that's exactly what I think as well. The bowling's too good. Have a look at that. The two at the bottom, Verinder Virk and Deepu Mansapuri, they come on and they only go for 8 runs from 4 overs. You just can't allow that in T10. That's going to absolutely destroy a batting lineup in T10. It almost becomes irrelevant that another bowler might get 20 taken off his over when you've got 4 overs going for that small amount of runs. Well, Parminder Singh starts us off with a proper wide. Batsman threatened to... Well, they went to go for the extra run, and for no reason whatsoever, Saif Mahmood has run himself out. The throw back to the bowler was as good as you like, and Parminder, he almost seemed apologetic to be running him out. Look how far up he is. And just to tap the bail off. Batsman doesn't try to ground it. He knew he was gone. Gone by a mile. I don't know why I said mile like that. It should be said gone by a mile. Oh, my English is all over the place at the moment. Sorry about that. 64 for 4 was the score at the end of the 9th. And it's now going to be a adjusted to be, I guess, 65 for 5. I guess the wide will still count. Just waiting for everything to get to action here. Bang! Batsman doesn't even bother to watch where it goes. Just gets behind it. Fazal Rabi, who's a big hitter, and he should be on stroke for the rest of this over. That is a wonderful shot. Siddiqui is the new batsman, by the way. That's just hit in towards the covers. Just a little bit off the covers. Oh, it's a bad bounce for Parminder Singh. He couldn't do anything about that. That just took a rotten bounce and almost came up and collected a soft part of the body. And they get through for a second. Score goes to 72 for 5. 3 balls to come. Yeah, just an awkward bounce there for Parminder. He just really couldn't take that one. Not trying to have an excuse for him. That was just a rotten bounce. Dot ball there. Rabi, the only one who's really sort of made an impact here. Oh, no, dead ball. People weren't ready apparently. Umpires just explained it to him. Not sure. There's a lot of chat in the field right now. Obviously the umpires weren't ready. Somebody wasn't ready, but Parminder jumped the gun there. And that dot ball will not count. As you were, says the umpire. We're just double checking, making sure it's all good. Umpire has the ball, just so you're all aware. And he's not going to bowl it. When he's ready, he'll hand it back to the bowler. We're just double checking a couple of things. So, interesting situation right now. Yeah, too many fresh air hits from the Rangers, and as we were saying before, the Rangers unable to put a partnership together in this game, and a partnership in the T10 is absolutely vital. You saw yesterday, Owarish, who came here, and you get Conrad Greenshields having a big partnership with Azim Sawa. Good case in point of how a partnership can really help you. When wickets aren't falling and 2 batsmen are striking the ball well, they start to strike the ball better and better and better, and they get bolder and bolder, and the big runs start coming. But you've got to get a partnership together. When you start going through players through the batsman really quickly, it's complete disruption to everything. There you go. So, just once again, to everybody here in Miranda do Corvo, just want to say once again, boa noite, and I hope you're enjoying the cricket wherever you're watching. There's an expo going on in town, and we've propped up a little TV there for their enjoyment to watch a little bit of ECN cricket action here in their own backyard. And I would encourage all those who are watching down there at the expo, when you finish there, why don't you pop up here to the ground, grab yourself a cold beverage, and watch the run chase that's going to start probably in about 15 minutes, maybe 10 minutes. They're going to scamper through for a single here, shy at the stumps. Might have had someone there, might have had a wicket. As it is, it's nothing. Parminder still coming around the wicket to the right hand, just changing up the angle a bit. 74. He hits that, goes straight to the player who's there at fine leg on around about a 45. One bounce just into the mitt, and fires in a return. 75 for 5. 2 balls to come. 2 balls to come in this over. The question from John Gray, can they make the Grady 80s? People are saying no. That's going to go along the ground. Fielder from the deep mid-wicket boundary is herring into fire in a return. It's on. Oh, the race was on for 2 runs there. Don't want to run a third. So I would say they could hit the 80s. Let's have a look at this. Throw comes in. Batsman absolutely piling it on. And he's gone. Would you not say? Oh, sorry. I guess the keeper did drop the ball. His gloves hit the stumps in time, but I guess he didn't have the ball. So, 77 for 5. Last ball. Can they get to the Grady 80s? They might have just made it. They've gotten there by about 3.5 metres. So, John Gray, good call. Crystal Ward and Said's creation. You said no. The answer was yes. They get to 80s there, 83 for 5, 10 overs bowled. Rabi gets them there. And that's all you got to know about that. Parminder Singh goes for 30 from his 2 overs. He was a bit expensive at the end there. But the Rangers, 83 for 5 after 10. Well, probably not going to be enough against this batting lineup. And they're going to have to bowl their proverbials off to try to keep that score down and to defend such a small total. It's been done before, though. It's been done before. You never know. So, another quick shout out to the chat. Thank you for joining us for this innings. I love that last little bit at the end where John Gray made the challenge to everyone in the chat. Said, can they make the Grady 80s? And they did. There's the batting card. Well, Fazal Rabi, you came in at number 5, you hit 31 off 20, and you got them to a reasonable score, comparatively speaking, to what we've seen from the Rangers, who are without Mohammad Zadazman. So, NYG Head with a 13 and Habibur with a 10. The only 2 batsmen getting to double figures. Again, struggled to put a partnership together, but when they did get a partnership together, they started making runs pretty consistently. It's just those partnerships kept getting broken. 83 for 5, 83 probably not enough in this in these conditions against this team or against any other team for that matter, and they're going to feel that they're plenty of runs short. Only 8 extras there. Only 2 wides bowled then. So obviously my comments in the early match about these bowlers need to do something about the wides has been heeded, and you can thank me for that. See, commentary, the power of the commentator. And in the bowling department, I think when we see the bowling stats, you're going to see one bowler, Parminder Singh, who went for a few too many, and you're going to see Jatinder Singh, who put 3 wickets together for 19 runs. Spoiled just slightly by being hit for 6 on his last delivery. He would have had 3 for 13, and he strayed, and he got sent to the cleaners with that one. Big hit that was. But he still got 3 for 19. Tidy start for Mandeep Singh. 2 overs, 12 runs coming from it. Verinder Virk and Deepu Mansapuria, absolutely brilliant. Came in the middle overs. Only let 8 runs apiece between them for their 2 overs. So 16 from 4 overs right in the middle of that innings. Absolutely put the brakes on. So the mid-match summary looks like that. Rangers get 83 for 5 from their 10. Fazal Rabi gets the big shout-out. 31 not out from 20. Pretty much saved them from a demoralising score under 50, I would say. And Jatinder Singh with the 3. And the other 2 bowlers for the fighters, Deepu Mansapuria and Verinder Virk, take a bow. Very economical at the right time as well. Really did it. So that's the mid-match situation. The fighters need 84 runs in the run chase. They've got 60 balls to do it at a run rate of 8.4. So that means we're going to be back here in about, I'd say, 6 or 7 minutes for the run chase. Fighters are going to come out and try to earn themselves not just a win, but maybe a bonus point. And you saw the table earlier. They're already up into second place, and they can even go further if they can get a big win. If they get the win, then they'll go above Owarish, but they'll be 2 matches ahead of Owarish. So there's that to consider as well. But the point is, the fighters get the win plus a bonus point. Suddenly they're in contention for top 2, and top 2 means means exactly that you'll go into the Super 5. Even if you come 3rd, you could go to Super 5 as well. Depends if you're better than the team who came 3rd in Group A. Anyway, all these different permutations and combinations of who can win and what scores are getting, things like that, it's all academic until it actually happens. And it's actually going to happen in about 6 or 7 minutes' time here at the lovely Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. And we're going to be back here in a few minutes' time. This is Phil G for European Cricket Network, and this is European Cricket Series at night here in Portugal. I'll be back in a few minutes. Don't go too far.
This European Cricket Network event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software and Paramatch.
And it's a boa noite, everybody. Welcome back to Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo here in central Portugal. This is European Cricket Series at night, and I'm Phil G, calling it for you here today. 23 matches since the Golden Ball. Can we be on here for a Golden Ball? Well, the Rangers would have to pull out an unbelievable bowling performance to make it happen, but it could happen. You never know. I would love it if it could happen. I'd love to get a Golden before I head back home. And tomorrow, the England ECS is on. Tunbridge Wells versus Spencer, and then Hornchurch play against Spencer. Tunbridge Wells, Wimbledon versus Hornchurch, and Tunbridge Wells versus Hornchurch. A wonderful series going on there in the United Kingdom with Vinny, Rico, and Charlie Hunt with the comms duties. Tomorrow night, for us here in Portugal with me, Phil G, you've got the Coimbra Knights versus Oarish. 2 matches back-to-back, match 33 and 34 in Group B action. And that starts at, it says 16:30 GMT, but summertime, that's 17:30 summertime, local time here. And that's going to be fantastic to see those two teams back in action. A lot to play for those two teams, especially in light of what the Fighters are doing here today. The Fighters have pushed themselves right up into that top 3 position. And that's the 2 other teams who share the top 3 with them, Oarish and the Coimbra Knights. So let's see what happens there, and we'll see what happens here. 84 is the target. It's not a big target at all for the Fighters. And we know that they chased 104 successfully in the previous match. Now they've got to chase 84 of 10. The Rangers only able to get 83 for 5 in their 10, with Fazal Rabi leading the way with 31 from 20, and Jatinder Singh for the bowling side picking up 3 for 19. Did a fantastic job, he did. And let's have a look. So it looks like Anwar Jahid has got the ball in his hands. He's going to open the bowling from the northern end of this wonderful stadium, which is, the lights are on. There's still a little bit of sunlight on the ground. Most of the centre pitch is completely covered in shadow. There's a lot of shadow down the ground and above the ground. Just a few streaks of light here and there. And the Fighters batsmen just looking around. Looks like it's Mandeep Singh and Mohammed Bilal are going to start proceedings in the centre. Anwar Jahid. And as I said before we had the break, the bowlers here are really going to have to bowl tight. I mean, talking watertight. We're talking duck's bottom watertight, properly watertight. And they start with a swipe to the leg side. Fielder makes an absolute meal of it. And that is not encouraging. And that's a 4 to start with. Well, I tell you what, that fielder out there, I'm trying to see who it is. He'll be the first one for fielding practice tomorrow morning, bright and early. The skipper will be there with the keeper, and they'll be hitting him all sorts of ground balls to practice on. That's not good. So, Mandeep Singh off the mark with a 4, first ball. Swing and a miss to a wide one, quite a wide one. And Wajahid probably gets away with that. The ball got returned to him and it's overtaken him as it came back. He just saw that just go out of shot. Bowls him quite wide, flirted with the tram line. Wasn't enough for the standing umpire. And hello to Marvin Bennett, who joins us. And that's been helped down wide. Oh, that's lucky for them. Fine leg is quite fine, and lucky he was placed there. Usually he's on the 45. This time he's placed fine, and it goes straight to him, maybe for that exact shot. That could either be the most brilliant bit of field placing you'll see tonight, or that could be because maybe the fielder there didn't get the instructions to go to his usual position. I'm not sure. Doesn't matter. It's academic. Oh, it's a slower ball. Plumb in front. I concur. I do concur. That was a cracking good delivery. Batsman's not happy. You know why? Because it's the first bowler. Mohammed Bilal, have a look at this one again. He does bowl from quite wide, but that's slower. He slowed it down, and that is crashing into middle and leg. Not too high above the ground. And, well, Mohammed Bilal takes the golden derrick with him as he strolls off ever so slow. It's going to be a long old walk back to that dugout, and a very lonely moment taking off those leg pads and all the equipment. You're hoping to make a big score in this low-scoring thriller. Doesn't happen. Well. Sign in the chat. Yes, is indeed the last match of the day. Sadly. Wish we had another one after this. Hasn't been a bad night. And welcome to everybody in the chat. Christopher Ward's in the chat. I can see John Gray in there as well still. I'm sure Shohag's still in there somewhere. He's always lurking. always. And it's always good to have him as well. And it's good to have everybody's company here at the Miranda do Covo at the Estadio Municipal, which is a lovely, lovely ground here for cricket. The lights are on. They'll start to take effect in the next 10-15 minutes. And the bowler's in with his wind up. Oh, no, he's not, because he's let it go a little bit wide. And sadly, it's not a great recovery. Sorry, not a good follow-up delivery after you've just picked up a good LBW to do that. But anyway, it's Sahara, who is the left-hander. He's managed to scamper through for an extra run in addition to that wide. 7 for 1. 2 balls to come. And Anwar Jahid, he's got to feel pretty confident now, although Mandeep Singh is batting quite well. And that is no ball. I believe that bounced completely off the pitch. Let's have a look at this one again. Just completely loses it here, doesn't he? Yep, that's exactly what happened. As I said, the bowlers for Rangers need to be much better than that. They're opening the bowl and they're defending a low score. Doesn't hit him really. I mean, well, you could say it hits him in line, but the ball was always missing the stumps, always missing leg. Does a bit too much. He goes out very wide here in his delivery. Look at this. The final movement, very wide, and that's angling across, and that's missing leg by quite a long way. Just maybe a rush of blood there. Good evening to Richard Birdie, or as we say down here, Boa Notte. And that is another wide ball. Yeah, not good enough from the bowler to be bowling these wides. Absolutely not good enough. Captain should be over there just reminding him that there's a win up for grabs here. And there's an effort as well. And we want to see the Rangers put in an effort here. We don't want to see them just peter out and end up getting smashed every time they come out to play. They're here to win cricket. And this is not good enough bowling, I'm sorry. Just not good enough. Needs to do so much better. And I'd like to see, honestly, I would like to see his skipper get over there and just have a couple of words in his ear. Just say, come on, buddy, maybe slow it down. Rehan Ramon is the skipper. I'm just trying to see where he is. If he's maybe within shouting distance, just to put in some encouraging words, because that's another wide. And the fighters may win it in this over. Yeah, I'm trying to see where Ramon is. If I could, I might have to send someone out just to put a little message and say, you need to get over and have a chat to this bowler. Not good enough. Anwar, probably the longest over you'll see here. Slows it down finally. I think it's a very ambitious shout there. And there we go. We finally finished the over. This was, look how wide he is. This is a properly ambitious shout for LB. Only because it hit the pad, there's the shout there. Obviously, reading the rules about LBW, that's too many words. Let's not worry about that. 11 off the over. Gets a hug for reasons unknown. 11 for 1 in the first. Anwar Jahid, not sure if we'll see him bowling again, because that's just too many wides, too many extra deliveries. Not a cracking good start for Rangers, who are defending a very low score. Don't want to sound harsh, but come on. So, this is going to be Rahman, who unfortunately didn't impress with the bat. He came in nice and early in the batting. I'm not sure why, because he really does tend to bat a little bit down the order. That's been lofted, but it's going nowhere. And catch is taken. Well, there you go. He's a much better bowler than batsman, and he's a good fielder, better than his batting. So that's really good. That's where he needs to be, doing the bowling. Maybe he should be opening the bowling, but he did bowl a lot of wides in the previous game. So if he can tidy that up, he will be a very, very good player, a really good, competent player. Yeah, I can see a few comments in the chat talking about the previous bowling. Yeah, I don't think you're far off the mark there, folks. So the fighters, 11 for 2. And if they lose another one, then they are going to be making an absolute meal of this run chase. They're only chasing 84. The run rate is something they really won't have to worry too much about. But they're already 2 wickets down in the second over. So Parminder Singh comes in. Parminder Singh opened the innings in the previous match. He hit a 6 first ball, then he lost his stumps in the second delivery. So we will see. Rahman now. He's got a wicket with his first ball, so he's all about getting the team up and running. He's trying to get the attention of Al Mahmoud, who's busy talking to someone else right in front of me here. He wants you over at, he wants Al Mahmoud over at long on, and he wants Anwar Jahid at mid-off. He feels that he's probably a better fielder, I think, because Al Mahmoud had a bit of a shocker in the previous game in the field. Some of his fielding on the point boundary was, he timed a couple of his dives really badly. And a couple of ones he didn't even have to dive for, but he still dove and went for 4. Anyway, enough of that. Don't want to keep bashing the Rangers. They're a good plucky side. They deserve one win in this tournament, and it could be tonight. Parminder Singh gets a good ball first up. He wants to get off the mark. His captain, Mandeep Singh, just puts a hand up, just like a police officer at an intersection directing traffic, and just says you can stop right there. So it's interesting poise here. We're only in the second over. 73 from 52, run rate at 8.4. The run rate I don't think will bother the fighters. They can go at 8.4. That shouldn't be a problem against this team. And that's the reason why. Because Parminder Singh has hit that, and it has gone over the fence. Falak Zeb turns around, does another 180, and shoots around the corner. That's not the first time he's done that, nor the second or third or fourth time he's done that tonight. And for some reason, it really just tickles me when I see him having to do that. Completely sure it's going to fall inside the fence, and he has to suddenly do the big 180 and go the other direction. So, I was talking about run rate before, and then Parminder Singh hit a 6, just to prove the point that the run rate is academic. It's wickets, and the Rangers need them. And there's one. You heard the nick. And can you believe Parminder Singh, for the second match in a row, has gone 6 out for the second game in a row. Unbelievable luck there. He can't believe it either. See, I've seen him come in and actually hit a really quick fire 30-odd a couple of times now. And can you believe he got a thick edge. Keeper takes it. And Rahman, the one who I was picking on in the last game because of too many wides, he's gone and collected 2 in this over. What a good over this is. So, 3 down. Fighters, 3 down. 17 on the board. Do we give him a chance? Do we give a chance to, dare I say, a golden ball? I tell you what, 1 or 2 more wickets in the next 2 overs could get very interesting indeed. Very indeed. So, Mandeep Singh, the skipper, he's been watching the carnage from the other end. And new batsman is Jatinder Singh, left-hander. Field needs to swap around now. Bowler marshalling people around, skipper marshalling people around. Even the wicketkeeper was telling people where to move as well. Everyone's going in different directions at once. Bowler's in. And leg side wide, and it's going to get away from the keeper. Backed up though. Oh, if he can get the fancy footwork happening, it was all sorts of trouble down there. And they're going to run a couple. And then the keeper loses the ball as he tries to shy the stumps. They're very clever running, very quick running by the fighters. Really got the hustle on there. Unfortunately, the fielder down there he's actually at fine leg to the left-hander. He got in all sorts of muddle trying to do the fancy footwork. Lucky he didn't tread on the ball, could roll the ankle so quickly there. So it was a wide +2, score up to 20, 20 for 3, 2 balls to come in this over. That's just, I think, played off the pads. And that is going to run away this time. It's going to beat everybody. Leg by signalled and a 4. So, Rahman not able to adjust his radar for the left-hander, and he strays leg side and he pays the penalty. Rabi Mahmood asking, who give commentary today? Phil give commentary today. Phil G give commentary today. And Phil G give good commentary today. I hope. That's what I'm here for. Rahman in again. Last ball of the over coming up. And he strayed leg side again. Just can't get it. In the previous game, bowling to a left-hander, he came over the wicket. Sorry, around the wicket. And I'd suspect that that's probably what he should do, or else he's going to keep pitching it down on that same line. He can't seem to get in his head that this is a left-hander he's bowling to, and he's pitching that same line that he would bowl normally to a right-hander. Let's see if he can get it right this time. This will be the 4th delivery to the lefty. Better, much better. just guided through the gap there, and it's by the batsman. Really good work from the batsman. Slide and stop. Good work in the outfield. And they'll get back for a comfortable 2. Thank you, Shohag, for mentioning me there. Cheers. And that's the end of the second. Wow, 27 on the board from 2 overs. This is a very, very fiery start, chasing only 84 runs. Only 57 now needed from 48. The run rate just above 7. 3 wickets are down, though, and a couple of big 3 wickets as well. Parminder Singh, obviously, was the last one we lost, who only bothered us for a big 6 and then nothing. Now, let's have a look at that. So, if fighters win here, and they're looking like they could, they'll go equal with Owarish. If they get the bonus point, they'll go above Owarish, but they would have 2 extra games. So that's the catch. So the other 2 teams, Coimbra Knights and Owarish, no doubt will probably catch them. And Porto Wanderers in there as well. They're also part of the equation, if they can do well. But we'll talk about the Porto Wanderers in a second. Oh, charge and a swing and a miss. It is a wide, though. This is Anwar Jahid, who gave us an absolute plethora of wides. A literal smorgasbord of wides. Actually, smorgasbord, I think, is an unknown word to a lot of people, even a lot of English-speaking people. Smorgasbord is just like a buffet. We used to have that word in Australia. I don't know if it's known around the world. Help me out, chat. Is that a well-known word, smorgasbord? Swing and a miss. That's a better one in the channel. Gets the batsman failing here. Under lights here at Miranda Dukovo at the Estadio Municipal. It's a brilliant sight here. Sun's gone. Lights taking full effect here. Temperatures cooled down nicely. Bowler in again. And that's a wide delivery. Yeah, it's a really lovely evening here now. The sun's gone away completely. Lights, full lights now. Just the sound of the players and the occasional sound of the leather on willow. And somewhere in the distance, a dog barks. It's very poetic. And crashed over the cover infield. What a great shot. 4 runs, 1 bounce, boundary. Fighters continue on their merry way. They're 33 for 3. The only thing to stop them getting these runs is losing a couple of wickets. They need to be bowled out. They won't be contained. The fighters will not be contained. Tries the slower ball. It's picked, but it hits straight to the fielder, who fires in the throw to the keeper. It's an awkward one for the keeper as well. But they do scamper through for the single. Appreciate the shout out from the chat about the commentary. I do try to keep it interesting and try to say what I see. So thorough thanks there. I'm no professional at this, and this is my first solo gig. Thanks to ECN and Vinny Sandu for the nod on that one. Well, there you go. Just I'm paying a compliment to ECN. Look at this. Pay a compliment to the bowler. Anwar Jahid persists. He does change sides. He does do the right thing, which I suggested earlier to Rahman as well, which is to change your line to the right hand, so the left-hander, and he's gone through him. Wow. That has gone absolutely through him, like a gallon of milk to a person who's lactose intolerant. That has gone straight through him. Terrific delivery there. 4 down. Like I said, the only way they're going to get him is to bowl him out. I don't think they can contain the fighters, these Rangers. Thank you, Richard Birdie, for the smorgasbord reference. I appreciate that. Yep. As I was saying, in Australia, we use that word to talk about a buffet, like a lunch buffet or a dinner buffet, things like that at a restaurant. Anyway, let's talk about the wickets. 34 for 4. Verinder Virk comes out. He's got a lot of work to do now. So needs to make sure no more wickets fall. The run rate's fine, but they can't afford to lose more wickets. Anwar Jahid wants to have a talk about that. Oh, bowls it nice and slow. It loops it slow. It tempts the batsman, who just goes equal to the task, and Virk just puts the bat down and goes, no. Really, really good defence there. Here under lights at the beautiful Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Corvo. Well, he just gets the bat down in time there and stops the ball as well, just to be sure. As the Irish say, to be sure, to be sure. Look at that, I'm multilingual. I'm amazing. 34 for 4 from 3. So Anwar Jahid, he's picked up 2 wickets. He has gone a bit expensive though, but he has picked up 2, and it's all about the wickets now. That second over went for 16. The Rangers probably wish that hadn't happened. Look at that last over for the Rangers, though. 19 off the 10th over. That got them up to a score of 83. And they're languishing in the 60s for a few balls there. It was getting a little bit nervy there, a little bit nervy. But there you go. So, 34 for 4. A lot of work to do. The chat's all awash. I'm not going to read out too much from the chat because I can see what you guys are talking about. And as much as I would love to jump onto that conversation, I need to keep it... Need to keep it where it should be for the kiddies and for everybody here watching on the European Cricket Network. Wonderful to have your company. Could be a good game here. Could be a good finish coming up. It is Noman. Mirza Noman coming on now. He can put a nice tight over in here because now the power play's done. 34 runs on the board in the power play, but 4 wickets down in the power play. That's the big news. Still, the skipper for the Fighters, Mandeep Singh, he's still there. He's only faced 10 deliveries, but he's been at the other end watching absolute carnage. Oh, it's a short ball. It's just not well disguised, and it's hooked around the corner. If you're going to bowl that delivery and it's going to come into the body, you must have someone back there for that shot. It's that old saying, and every cricketer who's listening to me will agree, they'll be nodding, bowl to your field. You don't have a fielder there. What's the point of bowling that delivery? Bowl to your field. See Jules in the chat. It's a wide delivery. No point chasing that one. Just looking through the chat. Richard Birdie, yep. Cheers. Jules is in the chat as well. John Gray. Trip. Whole bunch of people in there. Good to see you all in the chat. Thanks for being there. And thanks for letting me know. A few people in the chat before will let me know where they're from as well. Thanks. Sorry I didn't get around to you, but it's lovely to have you all here. I hope you enjoyed the England ECS day today. It was a good day of cricket. Ended up with a really brilliant game as well. So just sit back and enjoy this run chase. 4 wickets down the Fighters, chasing a very small total. It could end up being a bit of a thriller down towards overs 8, 9 and 10. We'll see. Another wicket here would make things incredibly interesting. Another 2 wickets in the next 2 overs would make things really interesting too. Noman needs to find something here. He's bowling to Verinder Virk, who is only faced 2 deliveries. He's still on his 0 on a duck. See if he can fire up here. It's wide. Only the keeper's interested in a caught behind shout. Not even the bowler was. That sort of says a lot there. But at least he's getting the man slashing. Getting him, it's not barely slashing, wasn't it? It was just a gentle prod. Third man is gone a lot wider now. He's, pretty much on a 45. So for that shot, probably would have gone straight to him. Ooh, that's a good delivery. That's a good dot ball. I like that one. That gets up. Has the batsman in 2 minds how to play that. In the end, he just pulls the bat back. Good delivery. Good to see Kev in the chat. Hello, Kroom. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you've enjoyed the cricket today as well. Bowler in again. That's straighter, and it goes over the stumps. That's a really good... That was quick. Put a little bit of the peri-peri sauce on that one, he did. Oh, I'm rubbing my hands because I think that was a good delivery. Have a look at this. Oh, that was a good one. A little bit extra bounce. That's the only thing that saved Virk from losing his stumps. So the run rate, well, it started off with a blinder. Overs 1 and 2 just go through the roof. But look at that consistent fall of wickets, and that's bringing that run rate right down. If that angle continues, well, I got to say, the Fighters are in danger of not winning this one. The Rangers are in danger of actually picking up a win here. I still think this is going to go right to the end. I don't think this is going to get blown out. I hope it doesn't get blown out because we want to see a good ending here, don't we? We want to finish midweek cricket in the evening here in Portugal and Miranda do Corvo with a good win. Unfortunately, we start this over with a wide. Saif Mahmood, maybe he didn't get the memo. No wides. Rangers need to get their bowling on here. So Saif Mahmood in again. Oh, and that's been smashed up and over. Big hit for 6. Breaks the shackles with a 6. We haven't seen a 6 for a while. Not since Parminder Singh put one over cow corner and then lost his wicket in the very next delivery. We haven't seen a 6 for quite a few deliveries. Good shot there. Verk is off the mark with the big 6 lofted backward a point. So, Saif Mahmood, he needs to find something here. Got to get the pressure back on the batsman. Well, that's a much better delivery. Much better. You get the batsman swinging and he's missing. That's always going to be a good thing in T10. Always a good thing. I like Naps with a good one. Making you hungry with the piri piri comments. Oh, don't mind a bit of hot sauce. Don't mind that one bit. 48 for 4. Just played down. Always a single there. Fielder's got to come in from quite deep there, right on the 30-yard circle at the point region. Always a single, played with soft hands. Clever batting there. Brings Mandeep Singh on strike. And he plays his cards right. He'll be there at the end to guide his team for a win. They only need 35 from 33. Only 35 runs needed. Well, there's another wide. And I'll tell you now, the wides that the Rangers are bowling are going to decimate them. It's going to be so upsetting for them when they look at the batting card and they say, well, this little extras column, you see those W's? It's not just a wide, we had to re-bowl them as well. Not good. That's Fuller and edged, so streaky. No one's going to get to that, unfortunately. The third man is very, very wide. He was never going to get to that. The keeper would have to have had, his arms would have to be 6 foot, 7 foot tall, long, just to get to that. And even then, I don't think he would have got it. But it's a streaky edge, and it goes for 4. So Mandeep Singh living dangerously there with an edge. I don't think it was intentional. I think he was trying to play a full-blooded drive. And there's a dot ball. It's funny, every time Saif Mahmood bowls a dot ball, he looks back to the umpire, I don't know, for maybe some sort of validation or affirmation. I'm not sure. Maybe he's hoping it wasn't being called a wide. Either way, it was a good delivery. It's a dot ball. Dot ball's a good ball. Computer has the Fighters a 95% chance of winning this, has the Rangers at a measly 5%. A lot would have to happen for that to change, unfortunately. And, Mahmood's over is not a good one. At a time when they needed a really tight over to help turn the screws, this over has unfortunately gone the wrong way. Unfortunately for the Rangers, has gone the wrong way. For the Fighters, they'll feel this is all completely back on track now. Oh, that sounded like it hit him in the helmet. That didn't sound like bat or glove or anything else apart from the helmet. I think the helmet's going to come off and they're going to have to check that one out, make sure it's all good. Hope he's okay. It was Mandeep Singh. You heard the crunch. Maybe the umpire should have a look at the helmet as well, make sure it's still in good working order. Anyway, so 56 for 4. Sorry, I was just watching the replay there, just seeing where that took him. Apologies for the quiet there. So 56 for 4, 5 overs gone. It looks like, and that's Mahmood's overs done. He's gone for 15, and like I said, he's definitely took the foot off the throat there. They needed a wicket, and they needed a very tight over, and so the 50 came up in that over as well. So they're on their way. 28 now from 30. Like I said from the very start, the run rate was completely academic. They were always going to make these runs. It's just a case of you can get the wickets, then you can force that and get a few dot balls in there, and suddenly things get tough. But the run rate was never going to be a big problem. 56 for 4, 84 is the target. Just not enough runs, unfortunately. Still, there's 5 overs to go. We're only halfway through the overs allotted. Can something happen in the next few deliveries to push this one towards a tight finish? Let's see. It's a miss hit, but it's been clipped away backward of square for 4. Don't think it went exactly where Mandeep wanted it to go, but he's still got a boundary for it, and he's gone to 23. So he's doing quite well. Quite well indeed. So Rahman here with a bit of work to do. And the Rangers have got a lot of work to do. It's on the toes. It's clipped down the ground. Very straight. Habibul comes off the boundary. Ooh, bit of a wide throw there. But the batsmen are fine there. So 61 for 4 in the 6th. Mandeep Singh 24. Virender Verk is 7 runs. I like Naps has now told us that he's ordered Nando's because I made a few piri comments. I'm so sorry about that, but nothing wrong with a good serving of Nando's. It's Portuguese, isn't it? Maybe I should look for a Nando's here. I never thought of that. 61 for 4, halfway through the 6th. Rahman looking for another wicket to add to his tally. He's almost picked up one there. The outfield liked it, but unfortunately the infield didn't, and the bowler and keeper didn't go up, but there was a swing and a miss. Virender Verk thought he was on there for a bit of a shot down the ground. 23 needed from 8 deliveries for a bonus point, so there's a bit of work there to get the bonus point. But there's no reason these two can't get there. Because of shots like that. And I'm so glad Mandeep Singh did that, because it just proved my point that 23 from 8 is always doable, because now it's 17 from 7. Well, that is a big hit too. Rahman has been taken downtown and over the cover boundary and over the stand for a massive 6. He needs to come back. He's got 2 for 23. He's got one more ball to come in his bowling spell. It was all electric in his first over with 2 wickets and not too many runs. But now it's all looking a little bit. It's all looking a bit gone now. 17 from 7 for a bonus point. 17 for a win. Off a lot more, and he finishes with a wide dot ball. Batsman holds the extended pose of look how far I had to reach for that umpire. Umpire says, "No, that's the over. You're done." And that's 6 overs gone. 67 for 4 on the board, and Rahman has gone for 23, and he's picked up 2 wickets. So didn't go as spicy as he wanted, unfortunately. So no spicy Rahman tonight, just a regular. So Mandeep Singh, he's on 24. He's still going there, leading by example, leading from the front. The skipper is right at the top there. Look at that. And then you get duck, 6, 2, 13 from Virender Verk. So those are batsmen 2, 3, 4, and 5. Probably need to go and have a look at themselves in the room full of mirrors and have a little think about what's going on, because they really haven't done a lot for the scoring here in this game. And the fighters chasing a low score, a little bit wobbly, but they're back on track now. And we start with a bit of a, well, what I would call a shocker of a wide. And that's a kind of delivery that just gives the batsman pure relief when they see that one coming down. Nothing to do there. And sadly, the Rangers unable to keep the pressure on the fighters' batsman. That's been punched towards mid-wicket. And if it had hit the stumps, it was all gone. If it had have hit the stumps, but it didn't. And yeah, that was interesting. Mandeep Singh, a bit lazy with the running there. Didn't realise that there was someone with a very strong arm firing the throw in, and he almost came undone. That replay really showed that story. Wide delivery. Again, too many wides. I'll have a look at the number of wides in a moment. I think there's been a lot. I couldn't tell you how many, but I'm sure it's been quite a lot tonight. That's a wide down leg side. Whatever the score of wides is, it's got to be more than 15. I don't have it in front of me, but it has to be more than 15 now. This is almost unforgivable, really, from a team that's struggling to get a win, and they actually have come pretty close. They've come close in this match, and they've taken 4 wickets. They've knocked off the 4 of the 5 top batsmen in this lineup, and to be bowling this many wides, I think is just wrong. Well, I mean, it's not just wrong; it's almost unforgivable, like I said. Well. No, man. Needs to find something here. 13 from 4. At least try to stop him getting the bonus point. Still being pushed wide, and I mean, if the batsman is going to use his feet to belt that one, then obviously we can't help them. But that's where we're at. So, what do you think, chat? What's your opinion, chat, about the wides? Am I being a bit too harsh here, or what do you think? Oh well, yep. Sorry, I just saw the number of wides been bowled in this inning so far. And it's played with soft hands, just backward a point. Quick single, easy, quick single, though, and score motors along. I'm not sure about the bonus point. There's going to have to be some big hitting right now. Need 2 sixes here off this last over to pick up that bonus point. Otherwise, I think we'll just be discussing the win. Mandeep Singh, he has hit a couple of sixes. You never know. He could fire up here. By my count, there's been 17 wides. How about that, hey? How about that? And if he hadn't got nothing on that, might have been another one. But that has been flicked away nicely for 4 runs. So they're not going to pick up the bonus point by the looks of it. But they are going to, I think they're going to get the win. They're marching towards the win. Only 8 needed. I'm not sure they're going to get 8 runs off 1 ball. The Fighters now are rated 100% to win this game. Rangers 100% to lose the game, unfortunately. Tim Harmer, Phil, where are you going next after Portugal? After Portugal, I'm flying back to Prague. That's my itinerary. Bowler in. Well, it misses everything. And that's going to go away for 4 byes. It's all coming unravelled. Completely unravelled here at the end. The first 5 overs of this run chase I thought were quite exciting. And then everything since then has pretty much not gone the way of the Rangers. I thought they were in with a chance, a very slim chance, but a chance nonetheless. But the Fighters have just dominated this now. And some pretty ordinary bowling with way too many wides. It's just too much. Way too much. Yes, so Tim, that's what I'm doing. I'm back off to Prague. I'm leaving this tournament on after the conclusion of the matches on Sunday. So I'll see the Super 5 start matches 1 and 2 of the Super 5 section, which starts on Sunday. This Sunday coming, I'll be commentating here with Vinny Sandhu. Mr. Maximo will be in town, and he and I will be having the fun of commentating together once again. And then I'll be jetting off first thing Monday morning, head back to Prague, and I need to get back to work. Just played softly with soft hands for a single. Good partnership, this one, to finish off proceedings by the Fighters. Just need a handful of runs now. So I need to get back to Prague and get back with my colleagues in Czech cricket, and we need to prepare for the up-and-coming ECS for the Central European Cup, but with the Women's Central European Cup. That's going to be exciting stuff. And then, of course, the ECI at the end of June as well. So we've got a lot to do, a lot to prepare for, and that's my role in cricket, in Czech cricket, is to help out with that, and obviously to look after the domestic competition as well, which is ongoing. So thanks for asking, but yeah, that's where I'm off to. I'm hoping that ECM will invite me back for more commentary duty as the years go on. I'm available, and that is going to be that runs away to the boundary line. It goes indeed all the way. The players walk off. The umpire signals that's 4 byes, and that's a little sort of anticlimactic way to finish the game, but the game does finish indeed, and we are done. So you have to ask the question about some of the bowling. When you look at the scorecard, hopefully you'll agree with me. I'm seeing I think 19 or 20 wides. That's what I've got on my score pad just here in front of me. So there you go. The game is over. Umpire has finally just acknowledged the wide. There's a bit of a giggle there. The umpire's even given a bow to the administration. To the officials. I think the officials were saying, you haven't actually indicated 4 yet. We know it's gone 4, but you need to just start 4. So he's done that now, so that's good. So game is done and dusted here. This score has been chased down in 7.2 overs, 86 for 4. The Fighters, they wobbled. Absolutely, they wobbled. At the start, they're losing 4 of the top 5 batsmen like that. But Mandeep Singh, he kept his head, skippering this side. He was at the other end watching all the carnage unfold. And then when Virendra Vert came in, they put their heads together and they said, let's just settle and let's just get this. 34 extras, top score. 34 extras, I'm just saying that again. 34 extras was the top score. 20 wides in total. Rangers, have a look at that. And get yourselves into the bowling nets and sort yourselves out. That is way too many. As you see there, the wickets 1, 2, and 3, and 4 all came, not too bad. I mean, the first 2 were quite exciting. When the third one fell, I think we all thought, oh, hang on, this could be something. Small partnership of about 17 runs, and then another wicket fell. Could have been on, but not a lot to talk about there with the bowlers. It was a little bit erratic. I mean, Anwar Jahid picked up 2, Rahman picked up 2. And it was a little bit disappointing, to be quite honest. I thought the Fighters could make a better fist of it. The first 5 overs were quite exciting. The next overs were not as exciting, sadly. And that's where we end up. The Rangers, 83 for 5 from their 10. And the Fighters chasing 84 for a win, get to the 86 runs needed. They win by 6 wickets after 7.2 overs, led by their skipper Mandeep Singh. Take a bow. Well done, skipper. So that concludes match 22. The Fighters get the win in the can. That's going to make them very happy indeed. The group standings for Group B are going to look very interesting after this, and then it throws down the gauntlet to the rest of the following teams. I was mentioning Porto Wanderers before. Just a quick reminder to everybody that on Saturday we have 4 matches here in Portugal on the weekend. 4 matches on Saturday. First one is starting, I believe, at 1:15 local time. And we've got 4 games, and I can confirm that Porto Wanderers are playing all 4 of those games. It's going to be a long old day for them. I'm sure they're going to bring a number of players to rotate and get through those games. It's going to be a warm day here as well. But we look forward to hosting them and welcoming them here on Saturday. And they're going to be very keen to make sure those 4 games, most of those, if not all of them, will go in their favour as they get to take on who they're batting. They're playing against the Fighters in the first 2 games, then they'll play against the Coimbra Knights in the second game. So they've still got something to say. But tomorrow, Thursday, Coimbra Knights here against Oeiras. That's going to be fantastic stuff here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Covo. So make sure you're tuning in for that. I know that you'll be watching the English ECS. And when that's finished, switch over to here and have a listen to me, Phil G, talking the talk and walking the walk as well. It's what I do best. And so that's Thursday, Coimbra Knights versus Oeiras. Friday night is Rangers versus Oeiras. So Oeiras are playing 2 nights in a row. And then Porto Wanderers on Saturday. And then Group B is done and dusted. We do some calculations. We figure out the top 5 teams. And then we go into Super 5 starting on Sunday with Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, and Phil G, Phil Gowers in the comms on Sunday together. It's going to be like the immovable force meets the immovable object. No, it's the unstoppable force versus the immovable object. Or it could be the dyslexic commentator versus Vinny Sandu. I don't know what it's going to be. It's going to be amazing, though. There it is. There's the table. So, 14 points apiece, Oeiras and the Fighters. Oeiras having the very superior net run rate. I'm glad we got that updated. Coimbra Knights on 9 points in third. Porto Wanderers on 9 points in third. And they're both going to be trying to do a lot to get back in that second place. If you get second on the standings here, Group B, you go straight through to the Super 5, and that's where you want to be. Absolutely, you want to be there. Fighters are currently holding that position down, but as you can see, they've played 2 more games than the other teams. So that's going to be interesting. It's going to come down to net run rate for sure. So that's probably about it for me. I'm going to sign off now for on behalf of ECN and say I think I'm done for the evening. It's been a fun day of cricket. I was hoping a bit more from the Rangers, but the Fighters pick up the 2 points. They've done very well. The Fighters bounced back from 2 early losses in this tournament and come back with 4 wins in a row. Well done to them, and well done to you for sticking with us. I'm glad you've enjoyed the commentary. I'm glad you enjoyed the cricket as well. It's been wonderful to have all your company. John Gray, Trip Denny, Kev's in there, Shohag, Jules, Crystal Ward. I'm going to miss people out, I know I will. Birdie's in there. And also to the people who don't know Spanners, I totally love that you guys are getting in and getting involved as well. Stuart Williams was in there. I Like Naps is in there as well. There's a whole bunch of you. Tim Harmer. Thank you everyone for joining us in the chat tonight, and I'm going to sign off for now. You've been watching the European Cricket Series at night here at the Estadio Municipal de Miranda do Covo. Do Covo. I keep pronouncing that wrong. Apologies to the locals. And you've been listening to me, Phil G. Phil Gowers on comms. I'm back tomorrow night, and I hope you are as well. Until then, keep safe, and don't forget to hug each other. And I will see you tomorrow. Cheerio till then.